Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. What if the strangest place in the universe is not a black hole, not a distant galaxy, not the edge of time, but the silent space behind your own eyes? What if the life you call being awake is not the clear window you think it is, but a carefully built illusion your brain keeps rebuilding every second so the world can feel stable, solid, and yours? Tonight, we're entering the hidden science of consciousness, the place where dreams can feel like private universes, sleep paralysis can turn your own bedroom into a nightmare, meditation can soften the borders of the self, anesthesia can make you disappear without death, and near-death experiences can feel more real than reality itself. We'll explore why the brain can create a body you seem to leave, why false awakenings can trap you inside dreams that pretend to be morning, why your attention misses what your eyes clearly see, and why the boundary between imagination and perception is far thinner than it feels. These are not myths, supernatural claims, or fantasy stories. They are real questions from neuroscience, psychology, sleep research, and consciousness studies. Questions that suggest your sense of self may be more fragile, more constructed, and more mysterious than you were ever taught to believe. So if you're ready to drift into the strange inner world where the mind watches itself, the self begins to blur, and waking life becomes almost as mysterious as dreaming. Tap like, hit subscribe, and step quietly into the deepest room of all. Because the more we study consciousness, the more it seems that reality is not only something you live inside, it is something your brain is helping create, moment by moment, in the dark. The strange problem of why experience exists at all. Before you ever ask what the universe is made of, before you ask whether time is real, before you wonder what happens after death, there is one quieter and more unsettling mystery hiding underneath every other question. Why is there an experience here at all? Not just a brain doing work, not just a body moving through space, not just eyes receiving light or ears receiving sound, but an inner world where light becomes brightness, sound becomes music, pressure becomes touch, and a passing thought somehow feels like it belongs to you. You can explain many parts of the human brain in practical terms. Neurons send signals, networks coordinate activity, memory helps guide behavior, attention selects what matters, and the body constantly adjusts itself to survive. But none of those explanations fully answer the deepest part of the problem. Why should any of this be felt from the inside? Why is pain not merely a warning signal, but something that hurts? Why is the color blue not merely information about light, but a soft, living presence in awareness? Why does a childhood memory return not as data, but as atmosphere, as emotion, as a small private weather system moving through the mind? This is the strange problem of experience, often called the hard problem of consciousness. And it remains difficult not because science knows nothing, but because science knows enough to see how strange the question really is. Your brain is not silent machinery. It creates a point of view. It builds a world that appears to someone, and that someone is not easy to locate. If a scientist watches your brain while you look at a candle, they may see patterns of activity in visual areas, attention systems, and memory circuits. They may understand which regions help recognize the flame, which pathways respond to brightness, which body systems react to warmth or danger. But the scan does not contain the flame as you experience it. It does not glow. It does not flicker in the quiet room of your awareness. The outside description and the inside feeling are connected, but they are not the same thing. That gap is where the mystery lives. To understand why this matters, imagine a perfect machine that could detect damage, avoid threats, recognize faces, answer questions, and describe emotions without feeling anything at all. From the outside, it might behave intelligently, it might say the right things, it might even claim to be afraid or amazed. But would there be anything it is like to be that machine? Would there be an inner sky or only calculation? This question forces us to be careful. It does not prove that machines cannot be conscious, and it does not prove that consciousness is magic. It simply shows that behavior and experience are not automatically identical. Something can process information without us knowing whether it feels. And this matters for humans, animals, medicine, and the future of artificial intelligence, because the presence of experience is what makes suffering morally serious. A body that only reacts is one thing. A being that feels pain is something else entirely. Neuroscience has shown that conscious experience depends strongly on the brain. Change the brain, and the world changes. Certain injuries can remove parts of awareness. Certain drugs can alter perception. Sleep can reshape the field of experience. Attention can make one object vivid while the rest of the world fades into the background. These are real discoveries, and they teach us that consciousness is not floating separately from biology. It is deeply tied to living systems, especially to the brain's ability to organize information, connect perception with memory, and create a stable model of the body in the world. But still, the question remains, why should organization become feeling? Why should matter arranged in this particular way wake up from the inside? Some theories suggest consciousness appears when information is made widely available across the brain, so different systems can use it together. Others suggest experience depends on how deeply information is integrated into one unified scene. Others see the brain as a prediction engine, constantly guessing what is out there and what is happening inside the body, turning those guesses into the reality you feel. Each theory reveals part of the puzzle. None has completely closed it, and maybe that is why this topic feels so intimate. You are not studying consciousness from far away. You are consciousness trying to understand itself. The eye is trying to see the seeing. The flame is trying to explain its own light. Every fact you learn about the brain appears inside the very experience you are trying to explain. That is what makes the problem so strange. Consciousness is both the subject and the tool. You cannot step outside experience to examine it, because even the act of examining is another experience. And yet this mystery does not need to make the world feel less real. It can make it feel more precious. The simple fact that there is something it is like to be you is not ordinary. It is the hidden miracle beneath every ordinary second. When you taste water, when you hear your name, when you feel loneliness rise in your chest, when you watch morning light spread across a wall, you are touching the edge of one of the deepest unsolved questions in human thought. Maybe one day science will explain it with a clarity we do not yet have. Maybe new discoveries will show how the brain turns activity into awareness. Or maybe the answer will require a new way of thinking about matter, life, and mind. For now, the honest response is wonder without exaggeration. You do not need false mysteries when the real one is already this powerful. You are not just alive in the biological sense. You are a place where life becomes known from the inside. And before the next thought arrives, before the next sound pulls your attention away, you can pause and notice the quiet fact beneath everything. Experience exists. And somehow, impossibly, it is happening as you. When the brain is awake, but the self feels gone. There are moments when the lights of the mind stay on, but the person who usually lives there seems to step out. You may still see the room, hear the voices around you, answer questions, walk through the day, even smile at the right time. Yet something intimate feels strangely absent, as if the world is still being shown to you, but the center of you has quietly moved backward. This is one of the most unsettling states the waking brain can create. The brain is awake, alert enough to function, but the ordinary feeling of being a solid self begins to fade. People who experience this often describe it as feeling unreal, detached from their body, emotionally distant, or as if they are watching life through glass. It is not the same as being asleep, unconscious, or confused in the ordinary sense. In many cases, the person knows exactly where they are. They can speak clearly. They can remember their name. They may even understand that the feeling is strange while it is happening. And that is what makes it so haunting. Reality does not disappear. The self does. Or at least, the self becomes thin, quiet, delayed, less convincing. In psychology, this can appear in experiences called depersonalization and derealization. Depersonalization is when you feel detached from yourself, your body, your emotions, or your thoughts. Derealization is when the outside world feels distant, artificial, dreamlike, or strangely flat. These experiences can happen briefly during extreme stress, panic, exhaustion, trauma, lack of sleep, or sometimes without an obvious reason. For many people, they pass. For some, they become persistent and deeply distressing. But the important thing to understand is this. The feeling of self is not a single object hidden somewhere in the brain. It is something the brain continually builds. Every normal second, your brain is quietly stitching together signals from the body, memories, emotions, attention, balance, vision, and inner sensations to create the simple impression that I am here, in this body, living this moment. That feeling seems automatic, so you rarely notice the work behind it. But when the stitching changes, the self can feel loosened from the scene. One key part of this construction comes from the body. Your heartbeat, breathing, muscle tension, stomach sensations, posture, and sense of internal condition all help create the feeling that experience belongs to you. The brain does not only look outward at the world, it also listens inward to the body. This inner listening is sometimes called interoception. It helps you know whether you are calm, afraid, hungry, safe, excited, or uneasy. When stress becomes intense, the brain may shift into a protective mode. Instead of making emotion feel rich and close, it may dampen emotional intensity, almost like lowering the volume to keep you from being overwhelmed. This can be useful in danger, because emotional distance may help someone survive a frightening situation. But outside that context, the same protective distancing can feel terrifying. You may look at your hands and know they are yours, but they do not feel fully yours. You may remember loving someone, but the warmth does not arrive in the usual way. You may hear your own voice and feel as if someone else is speaking through you. This does not mean the person is fake or losing their mind. It means the systems that normally make ownership, emotion, and presence feel seamless are not working in their familiar rhythm. Scientists have linked these states to changes in networks involved in emotion, body awareness, attention, and self-related processing. Some studies suggest that in depersonalization, emotional response can become unusually muted, especially in relation to fear or personal meaning. The brain may still recognize what is happening, but the emotional color is reduced, leaving the world looking correct, yet feeling empty. Imagine a film where every object is sharp, every line is visible, every movement is clear, but the soundtrack has been removed. The story continues, yet the emotional glue is missing. That is why people often say, I know this is my life, but it does not feel like mine. The knowledge remains, the felt ownership weakens. This teaches us something profound about ordinary consciousness. The self is not just memory. It is not just the name you answer to. It is not only your personality or your inner voice. It is a living sense of ownership created moment by moment. It depends on the brain successfully combining the body's signals with the world's signals and giving them a personal stamp. This is happening to me. When that stamp fades, experience can become strangely impersonal. And once you understand that, ordinary life starts to look less obvious. The feeling of being you is not a fixed stone at the center of the mind. It is more like a flame that must be continuously fed by many small signals. Most days the flame is steady, so you call it normal. But under pressure, fatigue, fear, or disruption, the flame can flicker and the room of awareness feels colder. This is why people who go through these states often fear they are permanently changed, but many are not. The very fact that they are disturbed by the loss of self usually means awareness is still present and monitoring the change. The brain is not empty, it is noticing its own unfamiliar state. Grounding techniques, sleep, reducing stress, therapy, and treating anxiety or trauma can help many people reconnect with the body and the present. But beyond the clinical side, there is a deeper lesson here. You spend your life assuming the self is the most certain thing you have. Yet the brain can reveal that even this certainty is constructed. Not imaginary, not meaningless, but constructed, built carefully enough to feel solid, fragile enough to fade. And maybe that should not only frighten you, maybe it should make you gentler with yourself and with others. Because the person you feel yourself to be is not a simple possession. It is an ongoing act of biological balance, a quiet cooperation between brain, body, memory, and world. So the next time you feel fully present, fully inside your life, fully returned to your own skin. Do not treat it as ordinary. Notice the warmth of being located. Notice the quiet miracle of your thoughts feeling like yours. Notice that the self is not merely something you are, but something your brain is continually helping you become. And when that feeling disappears for someone, even for a little while, they are not becoming less human. They are discovering how delicate the human sense of I has always been. The borderland between dreaming and waking. Just before sleep takes you, there is a hidden doorway in the mind where the rules of waking life begin to loosen, but the full world of dreaming has not yet taken over. You may be lying still in bed, aware of the blanket, the room, the faint sound of traffic or wind outside, and then without warning, a face appears behind your closed eyes. A sentence speaks itself with no speaker. A falling sensation pulls through your body, or a half-formed scene begins to unfold as if your mind has started making a movie before you have fully left the theater. This borderland between dreaming and waking is not simply almost asleep. It is a real transitional state, a delicate shift in brain activity where ordinary awareness becomes softer, less controlled, and more open to fragments from memory, emotion, sensation, and imagination. Scientists often describe the entrance into sleep as a movement from wakefulness into early non-REM sleep, especially the light first stage, where the brain begins to reduce its grip on the outside world. Your muscles relax, your eyes may move slowly under the lids, your thoughts become less logical, less directed, more image-based. The mind stops behaving like a person walking down a straight road and begins acting more like a lantern turning in mist, briefly lighting one shape, then another, then losing the path completely. What makes this state fascinating is that you can sometimes notice it while it is happening. You are not fully dreaming yet because part of you may still know you are in bed, but you are not fully awake either because the mind has begun to generate experiences without asking for permission. This is why the borderland can feel so strange. It mixes the stability of waking perception with the freedom of dreaming. A sound in the room may become part of a tiny dream scene. A random memory may appear as a visual flash. A thought may turn into a voice. A simple body sensation may become the feeling of floating, sinking, spinning, or stepping off an invisible edge. One of the most common examples is the hypnic jerk. That sudden twitch or drop sensation that can snap you awake just as sleep begins. It may feel dramatic, as if you are falling from a height, but it is usually harmless, and researchers connect it with the body's transition into sleep. When muscle control and brain monitoring shift in uneven ways, the body is settling, but the alert system has not completely let go. For a brief moment, the brain may interpret relaxation as falling, and it wakes you with a jolt, like a guard mistaking silence for danger. The borderland also teaches us something important about how fragile waking reality really is. During the day, your brain works hard to keep perception stable. It checks incoming signals, organizes them, compares them with memory, and keeps your thoughts tied to practical goals. But at sleep onset, that control begins to relax. The outside world becomes less important, and the inner world gains room to speak. This does not mean the mind becomes meaningless. In fact, the fragments that appear in this state often reveal how the brain cleans, sorts, and recombines the day. A face you saw for 1 second, a worry you ignored, a phrase you heard in passing, a feeling you never named. All of them can rise in strange combinations. Not because they are prophetic, not because they come from somewhere supernatural, but because the sleeping brain is not a blank screen. It is active, selective, and deeply creative. It loosens the boundaries between memory and image, between sound and meaning, between body and story. This is why artists, writers, and scientists have sometimes found the edge of sleep useful. When the strict logic of wakefulness softens, unexpected connections can appear. Ideas that felt separate during the day may drift together. A problem may not be solved directly, but it may be seen from an unfamiliar angle. The borderland is not pure wisdom, and not every image means something deep. Many fragments are random, brief, or absurd, but randomness itself can become useful when the mind is allowed to explore without the pressure of ordinary control. There is also a quiet lesson here about consciousness. You usually think of being awake and dreaming as two separate countries, divided by a clear border. But the mind does not always cross that border in one clean step. It fades, blends, overlaps. You can be partly aware and partly dreaming. You can hear the real world while the brain begins to build another one. You can feel your body lying still while the mind rehearses movement through impossible places. The transition reminds you that consciousness is not a simple switch, but a changing landscape with valleys, fog, thresholds, and half-lit rooms. And perhaps this is why the moments before sleep can feel both ordinary and mysterious. Every night, you surrender your careful waking identity to a process you do not fully control. You let language loosen. You let time become uncertain. You let the world outside your body grow dim while the world inside begins to bloom. Most of the time, you forget this crossing because sleep takes you quickly. But when you catch it, even for a second, you witness the mind-changing states from the inside. You witness reality becoming negotiable. You witness the brain gently untying the knots that hold the day together. So the next time you lie in the dark and feel a strange image appear, or hear a thought speak in a voice that is almost not yours, or sense the bed dissolve into a falling dream for half a breath, do not rush to fear it. You are standing at one of the oldest thresholds in human life, the quiet shore where waking awareness meets the first tide of dreams. And in that soft, unstable place, you can learn something simple and profound. The mind does not fall asleep like a light turning off. It drifts, loosens, releases, and slowly becomes another kind of world. Why lucid dreams feel like private universes. A lucid dream begins with one impossible realization. The world around you is not real, and yet you are standing inside it with a mind awake enough to know. One moment you may be walking through a city that should not exist, speaking to someone who could never be there, or looking at a sky with colors no morning has ever held. And then something small breaks the spell. A clock refuses to show the same time twice. A door opens into the wrong place. Your hands look unfamiliar. The scene feels slightly too flexible, too responsive, too alive. And suddenly, a quiet thought rises inside the dream. This is a dream. That single thought changes everything. The dream does not necessarily vanish. The body does not wake immediately. Instead, awareness appears inside the sleeping mind, like a candle lit in a room that was already full of images. This is why lucid dreams can feel like private universes. They are not ordinary fantasies you choose while awake, and they are not simple memories replaying in the dark. They are immersive dream worlds created by the brain during sleep, but with a rare addition. The dreamer recognizes the dream while still inside it. In normal dreams, you usually accept whatever happens. If your childhood home connects to an ocean, you do not question it. If a dead relative speaks, you may respond as if it is natural. If gravity changes, the dreaming mind simply follows the new rule. Lucid dreaming interrupts that automatic acceptance. A part of the mind that normally stays quiet during dreaming becomes active enough to reflect, to notice, to ask, how did I get here? This reflective awareness is called metacognition, the ability to think about your own thinking. In lucid dreams, metacognition returns while the dream is still unfolding, and that is what gives the experience its strange power. You are not fully awake because the world around you is still generated internally, but you are not fully lost in the dream either because you know the scene is not waking reality. You occupy a rare middle position, asleep in the body, awake in the story. Scientifically, lucid dreaming is most often studied during REM sleep, the stage where vivid dreaming is common. The eyes move behind closed lids, and the brain can become highly active while most major muscles are kept still by natural sleep paralysis. This is not dangerous by itself. It is one reason you do not act out most dreams. What makes lucid dreaming special is that researchers have been able to verify it in sleep laboratories. A trained lucid dreamer can become aware inside the dream and then move their eyes in a pre-arranged pattern, such as left, right, while their sleeping body remains still. Because eye movements are not fully blocked during REM sleep, scientists can detect the signal from the outside. This is extraordinary because it means the dreamer can send a message from within the dream while still asleep. It is like receiving a knock from inside a sealed world. Even more fascinating, recent studies have shown that some lucid dreamers can respond to simple questions or signals during dreaming, though this is difficult and not always successful. The dream world is private, but not completely unreachable. A narrow bridge can sometimes be built between the sleeping brain and the waking laboratory. Still, lucid dreaming is often misunderstood. It does not mean you become a god of the dream every time. Some lucid dreams are vivid and controllable. Others are fragile, brief, or confusing. You may know you are dreaming, but fail to change anything. You may try to fly and only float awkwardly. You may become excited and wake up. You may control one part of the scene, while another part behaves unpredictably. This teaches something important. Awareness and control are not the same. Knowing you are in a dream does not guarantee full power over it, because the dream is not a blank screen waiting for commands. It is a living construction of memory, emotion, expectation, and sensory simulation. The sleeping brain is still building the world faster than conscious intention can manage. That is why lucid dreams can feel so real. The brain uses many of the same systems that help create waking perception: visual imagery, spatial layout, body sensation, emotional tone, and narrative expectation. If you dream of touching a wall, the wall may feel textured. If you dream of flying, the body may feel lift, movement, and wind, even though the physical body is lying still. The dream is internally generated, but the experience is not weak. Your brain does not need an outside world to create presence. It can build a convincing space from within. This is why lucid dreams feel like private universes. They have depth, continuity, atmosphere, and sometimes a sense of freedom that waking life rarely allows. You can walk through impossible architecture, speak with dream figures, revisit places that never existed, or practice movements in a world made of perception itself. Some people use lucid dreaming for creativity, rehearsal, or reducing nightmares. In nightmare treatment, learning to recognize the dream can sometimes help a person change their relationship to frightening dream content. Instead of being helpless inside the terror, they may realize this is a dream, and I can respond differently. But lucid dreaming is not a cure-all, and forcing it too aggressively can disturb sleep for some people. The healthiest way to approach it is with curiosity, not obsession. Simple practices like keeping a dream journal, noticing repeated dream signs, and gently asking during the day, "Am I dreaming?" can increase the chance of lucidity for some people, because they train the mind to question reality. But the deeper value of lucid dreaming is not just the thrill of controlling a dream, it is the lesson it gives about waking life. In a lucid dream, you discover that a world can feel real before you understand what it is made of. You discover that the mind can generate skies, streets, voices, bodies, danger, beauty, and surprise from its own activity. You discover that reality, as experienced, is not just what exists outside you, but what the brain successfully presents as a world. And when you wake, the question follows you softly. How much of ordinary life is also shaped by hidden assumptions you rarely question? You may not be dreaming now, but your waking world is still filtered by attention, memory, expectation, and emotion. Lucid dreaming does not prove waking life is false. It proves something subtler and more useful. The feeling of reality is constructed, and sometimes awareness can step inside the construction and see it happening. That is why lucid dreams stay with people. Not because they are magical, but because they reveal how powerful the mind already is. Every night, behind closed eyes, your brain can build a universe and place you inside it. And on rare nights, you can look around that universe and realize you are both the traveler and the source of the road beneath your feet. The moment sleep paralysis turns the room into a nightmare. The nightmare becomes most terrifying when you open your eyes and realize the dream did not stay asleep. The room is there, familiar and ordinary, the ceiling above you, the walls around you, the quiet shape of furniture in the dark, and yet your body refuses to move. You try to lift a hand, turn your head, call out, Sit up, but nothing obeys. Your mind is awake enough to understand danger, but your muscles remain locked in a silence that feels impossible. Then the room begins to change, not by moving, but by gaining presence. A shadow in the corner feels watched. The air feels heavy. Something seems to stand near the bed. A pressure may spread across the chest, as if an invisible weight has settled there. Some people hear footsteps, whispers, buzzing, breathing, or a low vibration. Others feel as if they are floating, sinking, being pulled, or sensing a figure close enough to touch. This is the moment sleep paralysis turns the room into a nightmare, and what makes it so powerful is that it does not feel like a normal dream. It feels like waking reality has been invaded. But the truth, while still strange, is not supernatural. Sleep paralysis happens when parts of REM sleep and waking awareness overlap in the wrong order. During REM sleep, the brain is often highly active, and vivid dreams are common. To protect you, the brainstem sends signals that keep most voluntary muscles temporarily inactive, so you do not physically act out the dream. This natural muscle shutdown is called REM atonia, and most nights it works quietly in the background. You never notice it because your awareness is inside the dream, or you are fully asleep. But during sleep paralysis, awareness returns before the body has fully released that REM-based immobility. The mind wakes into a body still following sleep rules. That mismatch creates the first terror. You are conscious, but you cannot move. Then the brain tries to explain what is happening, and fear begins to write a story around the paralysis. The breathing muscles that keep you alive still work, but because the body is relaxed and movement is restricted, the chest can feel tight or heavy. If panic rises, breathing may feel even more difficult, not because something is sitting on you, but because fear amplifies bodily sensations. The brain's threat detection systems may become active, searching for a cause. In darkness, with the body frozen and the mind half influenced by REM imagery, the brain can generate a sensed presence, the powerful feeling that someone or something is nearby. This is not a sign of weakness or madness. It is a known feature of sleep paralysis, and it may come from the brain trying to interpret unusual body signals, fear, and dreamlike imagery while the person is partly awake. The mind dislikes unexplained danger. When it cannot move the body, it may invent an intruder to explain the fear. This is why sleep paralysis has been described in many cultures through stories of demons, night spirits, ghosts, witches, or dark visitors. The experience came first. The interpretation changed depending on the culture. A person in one time period might call it a spirit pressing on the chest. Another might imagine an alien presence. Another might simply say, "I woke up and there was something in the room." The images differ, but the underlying sleep mechanism is often similar. That is one of the most fascinating parts. The brain uses the fears, beliefs, memories, and symbols available to it, then paints them onto the room. The result feels external, because the person is looking at the real room while dreamlike perception leaks into it. It is not a full dream and not ordinary waking. It is a collision between two states that were never meant to overlap so visibly. Sleep paralysis is more likely when sleep is disrupted, when someone is sleep deprived, under stress, sleeping on their back, keeping irregular hours, or experiencing certain sleep conditions such as narcolepsy. Many people have it only once or a few times. For others, it repeats and becomes a source of anxiety, especially if they do not understand what is happening. But knowing the mechanism can reduce its power. If it happens, the safest response is usually not to fight violently against the whole body, because panic can make the episode feel longer and more threatening. Some people find it helpful to focus on slow breathing, remind themselves that the state is temporary, and try moving a small muscle first, such as a finger, toe, or tongue. Others reduce episodes by improving sleep regularity, lowering stress before bed, and avoiding sleeping flat on the back if that seems to trigger it. The most important lesson is that the horror feels real because the fear is real. The room is real and the body's immobility is real, but the threatening presence is usually the brain's explanation, not an actual visitor. And that distinction matters. Sleep paralysis shows how quickly the mind can turn uncertainty into a monster when the body cannot respond. It reveals that fear is not only a reaction to danger, sometimes fear becomes the sculptor of danger. In those few frozen seconds, the brain is trapped between protection and panic. The same system that prevents you from acting out dreams becomes terrifying when awareness returns too soon. The same imagination that builds dreams becomes frightening when it spills into the bedroom. And yet, once understood, the experience changes shape. It is still uncomfortable, still intense, still unforgettable, but it becomes less like possession and more like a mistimed doorway in the sleep cycle. The room was not haunted, the body was not broken, the self was not lost. The brain simply woke before the body finished leaving REM sleep, and in the darkness, fear gave the silence a face. So, if you ever open your eyes and cannot move, if the air feels heavy and the corner of the room seems alive, remember this gently. Your brain is passing through a temporary state, not revealing a hidden monster. The nightmare feels as if it entered the room, but in truth, the room entered the dream for a moment, and your waking mind was there to witness the overlap. How the brain creates a body you can leave in dreams. Your dream body can run, touch, fall, fly, drown, hide, fight, and escape, while your real body lies almost perfectly still beneath the blankets. That alone should make you pause, because it means the body you feel in a dream is not simply the physical body reporting from the bed. It is a body built by the brain, a living model assembled from memory, expectation, balance, touch, movement, and emotion. When you dream that you are walking through a hallway, there may be no hallway, no feet pressing against the floor, no muscles carrying you forward, and yet the experience can feel physical. You may feel the turn of a corner, the strain of running, the shock of falling, the texture of a wall beneath your hand. The brain is not waiting for the outside world to provide every detail. It knows the body so well that it can simulate one from within. In waking life, your sense of having a body depends on many hidden streams of information. Your skin tells the brain where pressure lands. Your muscles and joints report position. Your inner ear helps track balance and motion. Your eyes locate the body inside space. Your breathing, heartbeat, and internal sensations give the body a private atmosphere. All of this is blended into a body map, a constantly updated sense of, this is me, here, shaped like this, moving through the world. Most of the time, you never notice this map because it feels identical to you. But dreams reveal that the map can operate without the real body moving. During vivid dreaming, especially in REM sleep, the brain can create a convincing body experience by activating movement imagery, spatial memory, emotion, and sensory expectation, while the sleeping body remains largely protected from acting out the dream. You are not physically climbing the stairs in the dream, but the brain can still produce the feeling of climbing. You are not actually falling from the sky, but the brain can create the rush, the drop, the helpless pull of gravity. This is why dream movement can feel so immersive. The brain is not just showing you pictures, it is placing you inside a body that can act within those pictures. And sometimes that body does not obey waking rules. You may float above a street, breathe underwater, move through walls, or look down at yourself from outside your own form. These moments can feel mystical, but there is a grounded way to understand them. Your normal sense of body location is a construction. It depends on the brain keeping body signals, balance signals, visual perspective, and self-location aligned. When those signals are loosened or recombined in dreaming, the you of the dream can shift position. You may feel located above your body, beside your body, or inside a different body entirely, because the dream is not bound to the same sensory checks that waking life uses. In a dream, the brain does not need real-time correction from the eyes, muscles, and floor. It can build a viewpoint and place the self wherever the story, emotion, or memory pulls it. This is why you can dream from a first-person perspective one moment and then seem to watch yourself from the outside the next. The camera of the mind moves because the body model is flexible. It is not a fixed object. It is a controlled illusion that usually stays stable while awake, but becomes freer during sleep. This also helps explain why dreams can produce bodies that feel both familiar and strange. You may dream you are younger, stronger, slower, injured, weightless, enormous, invisible, or not quite human. You may feel pain in a dream from an imagined wound, or feel touch from an object that does not exist. You may dream of having a body that moves perfectly, even if your waking body is tired, or a body that cannot move, even though nothing is physically holding you down. These experiences show that body feeling is not merely a copy of physical reality. It is a prediction the brain maintains, a best guess about what kind of body you have and what is happening to it. In dreams, that guess can be rewritten. The brain can borrow from memory, from fear, from desire, from old movements, from sensations coming from the sleeping body, and then weave them into a temporary body world. A blanket pressing against the chest might become armor, water, weight, or another person's touch. A small shift in breathing might become running. A sound in the room might become a storm in the dream. The dream body is therefore not fake in the simple sense. It is not physically moving through an external world, but it is genuinely experienced. Your nervous system creates the feeling, and the feeling matters. This is why athletes and musicians sometimes study mental rehearsal and motor imagery, because imagining movement can involve some of the same planning systems used for real action. Even though it is not equal to full physical practice, dream movement may not train the body like waking practice, but it reveals how deeply action is simulated in the brain. To move, the brain does not only command muscles, it also predicts what movement should feel like. In dreams, the prediction can become the experience. And beneath all of this is a quieter question. If the brain can build a body you can leave, enter, reshape, or replace in dreams, how solid is your everyday sense of embodiment? Waking life feels stable because the brain is constantly corrected by the real world. The floor pushes back, the mirror answers, the hand obeys, pain localizes, gravity repeats itself. But sleep removes many of those anchors, and the brain shows its creative power. It can generate a body without the body's full participation. It can give you weight where there is none, motion where there is stillness, flight where there are no wings. This does not mean the physical body is unimportant. It means the body you know is always more than flesh. It is flesh interpreted, organized, imagined, and owned by the brain. Every morning, when you wake and feel yourself return clearly to the bed, to your hands, to the ordinary shape of your life, the brain is reattaching the model to the world. The dream body fades, the waking body sharpens, and you rarely think about the miracle of that transition. But the dream has already shown you something real. You do not only have a body, your brain is continuously creating the experience of having one. And sometimes, in the deep theater of sleep, it creates a body so convincing that you can leave the ground, leave the room, even leave yourself for a while, and still feel with impossible certainty that the one moving through that private darkness is you. Why near-death experiences feel more real than reality. Death does not always arrive as darkness in the stories people bring back from its edge. Sometimes it arrives as a place brighter, clearer, and more intensely alive than anything they remember from ordinary life. A person may be in a hospital bed, in a car wreck, under cardiac arrest, or close to losing consciousness, and later they describe something that sounds impossible to forget. A sudden peace, a tunnel or passage, a brilliant light, a feeling of leaving fear behind, a review of life events, the presence of loved ones, or a sense that time has opened rather than simply passed. These are called near-death experiences, and whether someone interprets them spiritually, psychologically, or medically, one fact remains deeply interesting. Many people who report them say they feel more real than waking reality. Not just vivid, not just emotional, but sharper than normal life, as if the mind, at the edge of shutting down, briefly entered a state of unusual clarity. That does not mean every report is proof of an afterlife, and it does not mean the experience is fake either. The honest scientific position is more careful and more fascinating. Near-death experiences are real experiences reported by real people, often during extreme physical crisis, and their intensity may come from the way the brain and body behave when survival is under threat. When the heart stops or the brain receives too little oxygen, consciousness does not always vanish in a simple, clean way. The brain is not a lamp that always turns off instantly. It is a living system with many layers, and during danger, those layers can break rhythm in unusual ways. Blood flow may drop, oxygen and carbon dioxide levels may shift, stress chemicals may surge, pain may be softened by the body's own protective chemistry. Memory, emotion, vision, and self-awareness may become unstable or unusually active. Some researchers have found that the dying or severely stressed brain can produce brief bursts of organized activity, though exactly what these bursts mean for subjective experience is still debated. The important point is that the brain near death is not necessarily quiet in the simple way people imagine. It may pass through a storm of altered signals, and inside that storm, the mind may create a final, powerful scene that feels complete, meaningful, and strangely ordered. One reason near-death experiences feel so real may be emotional force. Ordinary memories fade because most ordinary moments are not marked as deeply important. You forget thousands of meals, streets, messages, and conversations because your brain does not tag them as life-changing. But a brush with death is different. The whole body may treat the moment as ultimate significance. Fear, relief, awe, and survival all press into memory at once. When something is emotionally intense, the brain often stores it with unusual strength. This is why people can remember where they were during shocking events, why trauma can return with painful clarity, and why moments of overwhelming beauty can stay lit for years. Near-death experiences may be remembered as more real, partly because they are encoded with extraordinary emotional weight. They do not sit in memory like ordinary scenes. They arrive like symbols burned into the wall of the mind. Another reason is the strange simplicity many people describe. Normal waking life is full of noise, unfinished tasks, social tension, bodily discomfort, scattered thoughts, small worries, constant decision-making. But many near-death reports contain a sudden reduction of that noise. People describe calm, unity, release, or a sense that everything makes sense. A mind under extreme crisis may narrow, organize, or transform experience in a way that feels cleaner than ordinary awareness. The brain may stop building the usual busy self with all its doubts and defenses, and instead generate a powerful state of presence. This can make the experience feel not only vivid, but deeply true. Human beings often confuse clarity with truth, and this is understandable. When something feels calm, bright, and meaningful, it can seem more real than the messy world you return to. But feeling true and proving what happened are not the same. Science can study the patterns, the reports, the timing, the memory features, and the possible brain mechanisms, but it cannot yet fully explain why some people have these experiences and others do not. Many people come close to death and report nothing at all. Others report frightening or empty experiences rather than peaceful ones. Culture also shapes the details. One person may interpret the light as divine, another may see it as a passage, another may describe it without religious language. This does not make the experience meaningless. It shows that the brain uses personal memory, belief, emotion, and expectation to shape what the experience becomes. Near-death experiences may also change people because they do not behave like ordinary dreams in memory. Studies have found that some people recall them with strong sensory detail, self-reference, and emotional clarity, sometimes rating them as more vivid than real events from their past. That is remarkable because it suggests the memory itself becomes part of the transformation. The person is not only changed by what happened at the edge of death, they are changed by carrying a memory that feels larger than life. Afterward, some people report less fear of death, stronger appreciation for relationships, increased spirituality, or a changed sense of purpose. Others struggle because returning to normal life after an experience that felt absolute can be lonely. How do you explain to someone that the most real moment of your life happened when your life was almost gone? How do you return to bills, traffic, arguments, and ordinary rooms after your mind has touched something it interpreted as infinite? This is where the real power of near-death experiences lives. not in easy answers, but in the way they disturb the boundary between biology and meaning. The brain may be physical, but physical events can still produce experiences that reshape a person's entire existence. A sunset is physical light, yet it can make you cry. A song is vibration, yet it can bring back someone you lost. A near-death experience may arise from the brain in crisis, but that does not make it small. It may be one of the most intense examples of how the mind turns bodily danger into inner revelation. And maybe the most honest lesson is this: we do not need to pretend we know more than we know. We do not have to claim every near-death experience proves another world. And we do not have to dismiss them as meaningless hallucinations. They are human experiences at the edge of life, shaped by the brain, the body, memory, fear, peace, and the deep need to make sense of existence when everything familiar begins to fall away. Perhaps they feel more real than reality, because ordinary reality is usually filtered through distraction, while the edge of death strips attention down to its rawest form. Perhaps the mind, sensing the end, creates one final image of order, or perhaps there are parts of consciousness we still do not understand. The mystery remains, but it is not an empty mystery. It teaches us that reality is not only measured by what happens outside the body, but also by what an experience does inside a life. When someone returns from the edge and says, "It felt more real than this," science may not be able to confirm every interpretation, but it can listen to the seriousness of the report. And for the rest of us, still here, still breathing, still caught in the ordinary blur of days, the question becomes quiet and personal. If a few moments near death can make life feel sacred again, what would happen if we learned to notice life before it had to disappear? The hidden science behind hypnagogic visions. Sometimes the first dream does not wait for sleep. It appears while you are still close enough to hear your own breathing. Your eyes may be closed, your body may be resting, your thoughts may be losing their sharp edges, and then suddenly a face flashes in the dark. A landscape opens for less than a second. A pattern unfolds like living geometry, or a voice says a sentence you did not choose. It can be so brief that it vanishes the moment you notice it, yet so vivid that it feels as if some hidden projector inside the mind has switched on before the night has fully begun. These are hypnagogic visions, the images and sensations that can appear as the brain moves from wakefulness towards sleep. And their hidden science is far more interesting than simply saying, "You were dreaming." In ordinary waking life, your brain keeps a strong boundary between what is coming from the outside world and what is being generated inside. If you imagine a door, you usually know it is imagined. If you look at a real door, your senses confirm it. But as sleep approaches, that boundary becomes less strict. The brain begins to reduce its attention to the outside world, while memory, emotion, and visual imagination become freer to combine. The result is not yet a full dream with a long story, but something closer to sparks from the dream-making system. Small images, sudden scenes, fragments of voices, strange shapes, flashes of movement, or brief sensations that seem to arrive without an author. One reason they can feel so surprising is that they are often not controlled like normal imagination. If you deliberately picture an apple, there is a sense of effort behind it. But a hypnagogic image seems to appear on its own. It may not match your plans, your mood, or your last thought. The brain is loosening its executive control. The part of the mind that normally organizes goals, checks logic, and keeps experience tied to the present moment. At the same time, sensory areas, especially those involved in vision and sound, can begin producing internally generated material. This is why many people see faces. The human brain is extremely tuned to detect faces, because faces carry social meaning, safety, danger, emotion, recognition. Even in darkness, the visual system can pull face-like forms out of noise, memory, and expectation. That face at the edge of sleep is usually not a visitor and not a message. It is the brain's powerful pattern-making machinery beginning to work without the usual daylight supervision. Other people see grids, tunnels, lights, symbols, rooms, animals, or places they have never visited. Some hear their name, a knock, a burst of music, a phrase, or a loud imagined sound. These experiences can be startling, but they are commonly reported by healthy people, especially during tiredness, irregular sleep, stress, or moments when the mind is drifting, but awareness has not fully disappeared. Hypnagogic visions also reveal something strange about memory. During the day, your brain absorbs more than you consciously keep. A sign glimpsed on a street, a face in a crowd, the rhythm of a song, the color of a screen, the shape of a room, a worry you pushed away. All of these can leave traces. At sleep onset, when the brain is no longer forced to serve ordinary tasks, fragments can rise and recombine. This is sometimes connected to what people call the Tetris effect, where after doing a repeated activity for a long time, such as playing a puzzle game, driving, editing, drawing, or working with patterns, related images may continue to appear as you fall asleep. The mind is not simply resting, it is sorting, echoing, and replaying pieces of recent experience. But it does not replay them like a clean recording. It breaks them apart and folds them into new shapes. That is why a simple day can become a strange half-second image, a staircase leading into water, a stranger's face made of light, a room that feels familiar but has never existed. Hypnagogic visions are also connected to changes in brain rhythms. As wakefulness softens, the brain's activity begins shifting away from the alert patterns of the day towards slower, more sleep-like patterns. You do not need complex symbols to understand this. Imagine a busy city at night. During the day, traffic lights, voices, schedules, and movement keep everything organized. Late at night, the city is still alive, but the rules feel different. Fewer signals are directing the flow, and unusual sounds travel farther through the quiet. The falling asleep brain is similar. It has not shut down, it has changed its style of organization. In that softer state, images can form without being tested as strongly against reality. This is why they can feel both vivid and unstable. The moment you focus too sharply, they often disappear, because waking attention returns like a bright light in a dim theater. Many creative people have been fascinated by this state for exactly that reason. It can produce unexpected combinations before the rational mind has time to reject them. Some artists and inventors have tried to catch ideas at sleep onset, not because the state is magical, but because it can loosen habitual thinking. When the brain is half released from ordinary control, it may connect things that waking thought keeps separate. Still, it is important not to exaggerate. Most hypnagogic visions are not profound messages. Many are random, funny, eerie, or meaningless. Their value is not that each one contains a secret, but that they show how perception can begin without the world. The same brain that gives you the stable scene of a morning street can, in darkness, create a moving image from its own activity. The same mind that feels so logical while awake can produce a face, a voice, a room, or a burst of color with no external object at all. And this should make waking perception feel more mysterious, not less trustworthy. Your brain is always involved in building what you experience. During the day, it is guided and corrected by the outside world. At the edge of sleep, those corrections weaken and the builder becomes visible. Hypnagogic visions are like watching the stage crew before the play begins, glimpsing scenery being moved, lights being tested, voices warming up behind the curtain. They remind you that dreaming does not always begin with a complete story. Sometimes it begins as a spark, a face, a color, a single impossible room opening for a breath and then dissolving. So when you next lie in the dark and see a sudden image bloom behind your closed eyes, do not rush to fear it or force it into meaning. Let it teach you something quieter. The mind is not empty when the world goes dim. It is preparing another way of seeing, gathering memory and sensation into shapes, and showing you, for one fragile moment, how close imagination has always been to perception, when meditation changes the sense of self. At first, meditation can look like nothing is happening, just a person sitting still, breathing quietly, eyes closed, while the world continues around them. But inside that stillness, something far more unusual can begin to change. the feeling of being a fixed, separate me at the center of experience can soften. You may begin a meditation session with the familiar sense that you are the one watching your breath, the one managing your thoughts, the one trying to stay calm. Then, after minutes of steady attention, the boundary between observer and experience may feel less sharp. A sound appears, but it does not feel as if you had to go out and hear it. A thought rises, but it may no longer feel like a command from the deepest part of you. A sensation passes through the body, but instead of becoming a story, it simply arrives, changes, and fades. This does not mean the self disappears in a magical way, and it does not mean meditation proves that the self is an illusion in some absolute sense. The more grounded truth is already strange enough. The feeling of self is flexible, and certain forms of meditation can change how strongly the brain builds the usual story of, I am here, thinking this, wanting that, defending myself, remembering myself. In everyday life, your mind is often narrating. It comments on what happened yesterday, worries about tomorrow, compares you with other people, judges your progress, protects your image, and keeps stitching moments into a personal storyline. This narrative self is useful. It helps you plan, remember, learn, apologize, choose, and survive in society. But it can also become exhausting because the narrator does not always know when to stop. It can turn a small mistake into an identity, a passing emotion into a prophecy, a quiet moment into a courtroom. Meditation, especially practices that train attention and open awareness, can reveal that thoughts are not the same as the thinker. They are events. They appear in consciousness, stay for a moment, and vanish. At first this sounds simple, almost too simple to matter. But when you actually notice it, directly and repeatedly, something begins to loosen. The sentence, I am anxious, may become, anxiety is present. The sentence, I am failing, may become, a thought about failure is appearing. The sentence, I cannot escape myself, may become, the self I'm trying to escape is partly a pattern being rebuilt right now. This shift is not wordplay. It changes how experience is held. In brain research, meditation has been linked to changes in attention, emotion regulation, body awareness, and self-related processing. One network often discussed is the default mode network, a set of brain regions that tends to be active during mind-wandering, self-referential thinking, remembering the past, and imagining the future. This network is not bad. It is part of being human. But when it becomes overly dominant, the mind may become trapped in loops of self-concern. Some studies suggest that experienced meditators can show different patterns of activity and connectivity in parts of this network, especially during practices that reduce wandering thought and increase present-centered awareness. Again, this does not mean meditation deletes the self. A meditator still has a name, a history, responsibilities, preferences, and memories, but the grip of the self-story may become lighter. The mind learns that not every thought needs to be believed just because it appears in your own voice. Another important change involves the body. Meditation is not only about quieting thoughts, it often trains you to notice sensations with more precision. The breath moving in the chest, the pressure of the floor, warmth in the hands, tension in the jaw, the pulse of discomfort before it becomes irritation. This kind of awareness can make the body feel less like a background object and more like a changing field of sensations. In some practices, the body is scanned slowly, region by region, and what seemed like a solid body becomes a living pattern of pressure, vibration, temperature, and movement. That can gently change the sense of self, because much of what you call me is tied to the body being felt in a familiar way. When the body is seen as changing moment by moment, the self can also feel less fixed. There is still experience, but it may feel less owned in the usual tight way. This is why some meditators describe a sense of spaciousness, as if thoughts, feelings, and sensations are happening within awareness rather than being squeezed into a small personal center. We should be careful here because meditation is sometimes oversold. It is not a guaranteed path to bliss. It does not make everyone peaceful. For some people, especially those with trauma, anxiety, dissociation, or intense inner conflict, closing the eyes and turning inward can sometimes become uncomfortable or destabilizing. Real meditation practice should be approached with patience, good guidance when needed, and respect for the nervous system. But when practiced skillfully, meditation can teach something that ordinary life often hides. The self is not one single thing. There is the autobiographical self, made of memory and identity. There is the bodily self, made of sensation and location. There is the social self, shaped by how you imagine others see you. There is the observing quality of awareness, which can notice all of these without being identical to any one of them. In normal life, these layers blend so smoothly that they feel like one solid person. Meditation separates them just enough for you to see the seams. You begin to notice that anger can arise without becoming your whole identity. Sadness can be felt without turning into a permanent story. A memory can appear without dragging you completely back into the past. Even the voice in your head, the one that sounds most like you, can be observed as a process. And once it can be observed, it is no longer the entire observer. This is where meditation becomes quietly radical. It does not need to show you another universe. It shows you that the universe you call myself is already changing every second. The self you defend so fiercely is partly a habit of attention. Place attention differently, and the self feels different. Hold thoughts gently, and they lose some of their authority. Return to the breath, and the mind learns that it does not have to chase every story. Rest in awareness, and the center of experience may become wider than the personal narrative that usually fills it. The result is not emptiness in a cold sense, but a softer relationship with being alive. You may still suffer, still worry, still remember, still want, still love. But the suffering may no longer feel like a prison built from your name. It becomes weather moving through a sky that is larger than the storm. And perhaps this is why meditation has lasted across so many cultures, even as science continues to study it in modern terms. It points to something that can be tested personally, not as a belief, but as an observation. Sit still, pay attention, and the thing you thought was solid may reveal itself as movement. The self does not have to vanish for this to matter. It only has to become less rigid. So the next time you sit quietly and notice a thought rise, do not rush to push it away or turn it into a confession. Watch it arrive, watch it change, watch it leave without asking your permission. In that small gap, you may glimpse the hidden lesson meditation offers. You are not merely the story the mind tells about you. You are also the space in which the story is heard. Why consciousness may not be a single switch. The idea that consciousness turns on like a lamp is one of the simplest lies your intuition tells you. You wake up in the morning and it feels obvious. A moment ago you were gone, now you are here. The switch was off, now it is on. But the brain does not behave like a bedroom light. It behaves more like a vast building where different rooms can brighten at different times. Some glowing strongly, some dimly active, some locked, some sending signals through walls without ever reaching the main hall of awareness. This is why consciousness may not be a single switch. It may be many processes working together. Wakefulness, attention, perception, memory, body awareness, emotion, language, and the ability to report what is happening. When all of them line up smoothly, you feel fully conscious. You can look around, know where you are, recognize yourself, follow thoughts, make choices, and later remember what happened. But when these processes separate, human experience becomes far stranger. A person can be awake without being aware in the usual way. Another person can be aware but unable to move or speak. Someone under anesthesia may show signs of brain activity without forming experience they can later remember. Someone with brain injury may open their eyes, breathe, and cycle through sleep and wakefulness, yet show little or no clear sign of conscious awareness. Another may seem nearly unresponsive, but careful testing reveals hidden signs that some awareness remains. These cases force science to stop treating consciousness as a simple yes or no state. Instead, it begins to look like a spectrum, not only from unconscious to conscious, but across different kinds of consciousness. One important distinction is between arousal and awareness. Arousal is the brain and body being awake enough to maintain basic alertness, like the engine running. Awareness is the presence of meaningful experience, the ability to know something, feel something, perceive something as part of a world. These two usually travel together, but they can come apart. In a coma, arousal is severely reduced. The person does not open their eyes and does not show normal wake-sleep cycles. In an unresponsive wakefulness state, once called a vegetative state, the person may open their eyes and appear awake, but show no reliable signs of awareness. In a minimally conscious state, small but meaningful signs appear, following a command sometimes, tracking with the eyes, reaching towards something, reacting in ways that suggest more than reflex. These differences matter deeply because they are not just labels. They shape medical decisions, family hope, rehabilitation, and the ethics of care. A small sign of awareness can change the entire meaning of a silent body. This is why modern neuroscience uses brain imaging, electrical recordings, and careful bedside testing to search for consciousness that behavior alone might miss. In some remarkable cases, patients who could not outwardly respond were asked to imagine specific tasks, such as playing tennis or walking through their home, while researchers scanned their brains. Different patterns appeared depending on the imagined task, suggesting that at least some patients understood the instruction and intentionally followed it internally, even though their bodies could not show it. That finding did not mean every silent patient is secretly fully aware, and it did not solve the whole problem. But it changed the question. It showed that the absence of movement is not always the absence of mind. Consciousness can be trapped behind damaged pathways, like a person awake behind a door that has no handle from the inside. This is one reason locked-in syndrome is so haunting. In locked-in syndrome, a person may be conscious and able to think, feel, hear, and understand, but most voluntary movement is lost, often because of damage in the brainstem. Some can communicate only through eye movements. From the outside, the body may look almost silent. From the inside, a life may still be fully present. That alone teaches a profound lesson. Consciousness is not measured only by how loudly the body answers. Sometimes the mind remains while the body's ability to express it collapses. The opposite can also happen. The body may perform complex actions with little or no conscious access. People can drive familiar routes and later barely remember the journey. In neurological conditions like blind sight, some people with damage to visual brain areas report that they cannot consciously see in part of their visual field, yet can still guess the location or movement of objects better than chance. Their brain processes some visual information without turning it into normal seeing. In neglect syndrome, often after damage to one side of the brain, a person may ignore one side of space, not because their eyes are broken, but because attention and awareness fail to include that side fully. These conditions reveal that the brain can process without presenting, react without revealing, register without making something part of conscious life. So consciousness may be less like a single spotlight and more like a coordinated performance where many systems must agree on what becomes real for you. Attention helps select, memory helps stabilize, language helps report, emotion gives importance. The body gives location, sensory systems provide content. When the coordination works, experience feels unified. When it fails, pieces of the world can disappear, even though the eyes still receive light. Parts of the self can vanish from attention, even though the body is still there. Actions can happen before the conscious mind fully claims them. This does not make consciousness fake. It makes it more delicate and more layered than it feels. Anesthesia shows this in another way. The goal is not merely to make someone sleep, but to interrupt awareness, pain, memory, and response in controlled ways. Different anesthetic drugs affect brain communication differently, and researchers still study exactly how they prevent the brain from sustaining conscious experience. Under anesthesia, the brain is not simply off. Some activity continues, but the large-scale coordination needed for experience and memory can be disrupted. That is why the return from anesthesia can feel like a missing chapter rather than a dream. Time did not feel slow or dark. For many people, there was simply no experienced interval to remember. This missingness is different from ordinary forgetfulness. It suggests that consciousness depends not on the brain being active in a general sense, but on activity being organized in the right way. And that may be the key. Consciousness is not just energy in the brain. It is structured communication. It is not only that neurons fire, but that information becomes available, integrated, stable enough to guide thought and action, and connected enough to form a scene. When that structure weakens, consciousness dims, fractures, narrows, or disappears in parts. When it returns, the world returns not as one switch, but as a reassembly. First sound, perhaps, then light, then body, then place, then memory, then the quiet recognition, I am here. This should make ordinary waking feel less ordinary. Every second you feel fully present, your brain is balancing many hidden conditions. It is keeping you alert, connecting senses, locating the body, filtering what matters, holding recent moments together, and giving experience enough unity that you call it my life. You do not feel the labor because the labor succeeds, but medicine, brain injury, anesthesia, and unusual neurological cases show the seams. They reveal that consciousness can be partial, hidden, distorted, absent, returning or present without expression. And once you understand that, you may become more careful with the word awake. A person can look awake and still be far from conscious. A person can look silent and still have awareness inside. Your own mind can act without showing everything to you. The human brain is not a switch. It is an orchestra of thresholds, and your experience is the music that appears when enough sections begin to play together. So the next time morning returns and you feel yourself rise from nothing into the room, do not imagine a simple light turning on. Imagine a city slowly reconnecting after darkness, windows brightening one by one, roads opening, signals finding each other, until the whole place becomes inhabited again. That inhabited feeling is consciousness, and it may be one of the brain's most fragile achievements. Not a single spark, but a living pattern that must keep becoming itself. REM sleep and dream construction. Every night, while your body lies quiet in the dark, your brain begins building worlds with no sunlight, no open eyes, and no physical stage beneath them. This is one of the most astonishing things about REM sleep. The brain does not simply replay the day like an old recording. It constructs scenes, bodies, emotions, places, threats, conversations, impossible rooms, and entire storylines from within its own activity. REM stands for rapid eye movement, because during this phase, your eyes often move quickly beneath closed lids, as if they are following events in a world only the sleeping mind can see. But the eye movements are only the visible clue. Inside the brain, REM sleep is a strange and active state. In many ways, the brain becomes highly energized, sometimes closer to waking activity than to deep sleep, while the outside body remains mostly disconnected from action. This is why REM can feel like a secret cinema built inside the skull. The screen lights up, the story begins, the emotions become real, but the muscles do not fully join the performance. REM sleep usually appears in cycles across the night, often about every hour and a half, and the periods of REM tend to become longer toward morning. That is one reason dreams you remember often come from the later part of sleep, when REM episodes are richer and the brain is closer to waking. But what makes REM dreaming so vivid is not just timing, it is the unusual chemistry and coordination of the sleeping brain. During REM, some chemical systems linked with alertness and focused waking control are reduced, while others linked with activation and internal processing become stronger. The result is a mind that can generate intense imagery and emotion, but with less of the strict reality checking that normally keeps waking thought organized. This helps explain why dream stories can feel completely convincing while they are happening, even when they make no sense afterward. You can be in your childhood kitchen and a city at the same time. A stranger can be your brother without changing face. A door can open into a school you have not entered for years. In waking life, your brain would reject these contradictions quickly. In REM sleep, the part of the mind that says, "Wait, this is impossible," is often quieter, while the systems that create imagery, feeling, and association are allowed to speak more freely. Dream construction is not random chaos. Even if dreams can seem bizarre, it is closer to an emotional editing process. The brain pulls from memory, but not like a librarian removing one clean book from a shelf. It takes fragments. A hallway from one year, a face from another, the mood of a recent worry, the rhythm of a conversation, the shape of a place, the fear of being late, the desire to be understood. Then it binds them into a temporary world. The dream may not tell the truth in a factual way, but it often tells the truth about emotional pressure. A person who feels judged may dream of being watched. Someone carrying responsibility may dream of losing something important. A mind trying to process uncertainty may create unstable rooms, endless roads, or tasks that cannot be finished. This does not mean every dream has a hidden message that can be decoded like a secret alphabet. That idea is too simple. Dreams are not always prophecies, and they are not always symbolic letters from the unconscious. Many dream details may come from memory fragments, body sensations, recent experiences, or the brain's attempt to keep a story going from incomplete material. But REM dreams can still reveal what the brain is working through, not by giving perfect answers, but by showing which feelings are active enough to become scenery. One of the most important scientific ideas about REM sleep is that it may help the brain process emotion and memory. During sleep, the brain does not merely rest, it reorganizes. Certain memories may be strengthened, others weakened, and emotional experiences may be reprocessed in a safer internal setting. REM sleep seems especially connected to emotional memory, fear learning, social experience, and the softening or reshaping of feelings attached to events. This may be one reason a painful event can feel slightly different after sleep, or why stress and poor sleep can make emotions feel sharper the next day. The dreaming brain may be trying, imperfectly but persistently, to metabolize the emotional residue of life. It is as if the day leaves behind unfinished weather, and REM sleep lets the mind move through that weather in symbolic form, not to solve everything, but to keep the emotional system flexible. This is also why dreams can feel so intensely personal, even when they are absurd. They are made from you, but not by the same deliberate you that plans breakfast or answers messages. They are built by systems beneath ordinary control. Systems that care more about association, feeling, danger, desire, memory, and meaning than about logic. During REM, the brain can activate visual regions strongly, which helps create vivid scenes. Emotional regions can also become active, which gives dreams their urgency, beauty, fear, longing, or shame. Meanwhile, areas involved in strict planning and self-monitoring may be less dominant, allowing the dream to unfold with strange confidence. This combination creates one of the most mysterious features of dreaming. You can be surprised by your own mind. A character can say something you did not expect. A landscape can appear that you feel you have never imagined. A turn in the dream can frighten or move you as if it came from somewhere else. But it is not truly elsewhere. It is your brain generating experience from layers of memory and prediction that waking awareness rarely sees directly. REM sleep also reminds us that perception is an active creation. When you dream of a red room, there is no red light entering the eyes from that room. When you hear a voice in a dream, no one may be speaking beside you. When you run through a forest, your legs are not carrying you across soil, and yet the experience can contain color, sound, movement, distance, and emotion. This means the brain contains machinery powerful enough to simulate a world when external input is reduced. Waking perception is strongly guided by the outside world, but dreaming reveals the brain's ability to create a world from internal signals alone. The dream is not less real in the sense of being unfelt. It is unreal as an external place, but real as an experience. Your heart may race, your mood may shift. You may wake with tears, relief, confusion, or wonder, The body responds because the sleeping brain has created a situation meaningful enough to matter. And still, REM sleep should not be romanticized as pure mystery. It is a biological process with rhythms, chemistry, and survival value. Many animals show REM-like sleep, suggesting it is not a decorative feature of human imagination, but an ancient part of nervous system function. It may support learning, emotional regulation, brain development, and adaptive flexibility. In infants, REM sleep takes up a large portion of sleep, perhaps helping the developing brain organize itself. In adults, REM continues to offer a nightly space where memory and emotion can be recombined without the full demands of waking life. Not every dream is profound. Not every REM period is remembered. Not all dreams happen only in REM, because dreaming can also occur in other sleep stages. But REM remains one of the most vivid laboratories of inner reality we naturally enter. Every night, without effort, your brain rehearses impossible worlds, not to entertain you only, but perhaps to keep the mind emotionally alive, adaptable, and ready for the next day. So when you wake from a dream that made no sense but left a feeling behind, do not dismiss it too quickly. The details may be strange, but the process is real. Somewhere in the sleeping brain, memory was being stirred, emotion was being tested, old images were being joined to new concerns, and a temporary universe was built just long enough for you to move through it. REM sleep shows that the mind is not a passive mirror waiting for daylight. It is a maker of worlds, and every morning, when the dream dissolves and the room returns, you are not simply leaving nonsense behind. You are returning from one of the brain's most delicate forms of nighttime work, where the self is softened, the day is rewritten into images, and the sleeping mind quietly practices the art of being alive. Hypnagogia and images before sleep. The last image you see before sleep may not come from your eyes at all, but from a deeper visual engine quietly warming itself in the dark. You lie still, close your eyes, and at first there may be only blackness, or the soft, reddish-grey glow that appears behind the eyelids. But then the darkness begins to behave less like emptiness, and more like a surface waiting to be painted. Tiny lights drift, shapes pulse and fold. A doorway appears and disappears before you can enter it. A face turns toward you for half a second, then dissolves into color. A road, a room, a staircase, a field, a pattern like moving glass. All of it can appear without your decision, without your eyes opening, without the outside world providing the scene. This is hypnagogia, the sleep onset state where images before sleep begin to rise. And what makes it so fascinating is that it shows the brain creating perception before a full dream has formed. These images are not the same as a normal imagination, because they often feel automatic, unexpected, and oddly independent. If you choose to imagine a tree while awake, you usually feel the effort of building it. But in hypnagogia, the tree may appear by itself, already there, already detailed, as if the mind has opened a small window and briefly shown you something from a world under construction. Scientists often study this state by waking people shortly after they begin to fall asleep, especially during the lightest stage of sleep, and asking what was happening in their minds. Many people report short visual fragments, not long dream stories. Colors, faces, objects, movement, places, or tiny scenes that vanish quickly. The brain is not fully in the dream world yet. It is more like the first sparks before a fire takes shape. One reason this can happen is that the brain's relationship with the outside world begins to change as sleep approaches. During the day, your visual system is strongly guided by the eyes. Light enters, signals move through the brain, and perception is constantly corrected by what is actually in front of you. But when your eyes are closed and you are drifting towards sleep, outside input becomes weaker, while internal activity becomes more noticeable. The brain does not need perfect silence to create an image. It can take small traces of neural activity, memory, expectation, recent visual impressions, and emotional tone, then turn them into something that feels seen. In a way, the brain is always guessing what the world is, but during waking life, those guesses are checked against reality. Before sleep, the checking becomes softer and the guesses become visible. That is why hypnagogic images can be so unstable. They are not anchored by a real object. They can shift from a face into a wall, from a pattern into a landscape, from a word into a picture, because the brain is not obeying the strict rules of waking perception. It is testing fragments, letting them bloom, then letting them fall apart. The kinds of images people see can also teach us something about the brain's priorities. Faces are common because the human brain is highly sensitive to them. We are built to notice eyes, expressions, identity, and social meaning quickly. Geometric patterns are also common, perhaps because the visual system can generate lines, grids, spirals, flashes, and repeating forms from its own activity. Moving scenes may appear because the brain is used to organizing vision as action through space, not as still photographs. Even when you are resting, the mind may prefer a world you can move through. Sometimes letters or words appear, but they often change when you focus on them, because the stable reading system of waking life is not fully holding the image in place. This is one reason hypnagogia can feel like trying to read a message written on water. The more you stare, the more it shifts. There is also an important difference between hypnagogic imagery and dangerous hallucination. For many healthy people, seeing brief images before sleep is normal, especially when tired, relaxed, or sleep-deprived. The timing matters. If these images appear as you are falling asleep and disappear when you wake fully, they are usually part of the natural sleep transition. But if vivid hallucinations happen often during the day, cause serious distress, or come with other symptoms, that is a different situation and may need professional attention. The sleep-onset mind is allowed to be strange. Waking life should not be constantly invaded by uncontrollable visions. This distinction helps protect the wonder without turning it into false fear. Hypnagogia is also one reason the edge of sleep has attracted creative people for centuries. Not because it grants supernatural knowledge, but because it loosens the ordinary filters that keep thought practical and predictable. In waking life, your mind edits aggressively. It rejects strange combinations before they fully form. A fish does not become a clock. A childhood street does not open into a theater. A voice does not become a color, but near sleep, the editor grows quiet. The brain can combine distant pieces without asking if they make sense. That can produce nonsense, but it can also produce unexpected images that feel emotionally charged or artistically useful. Some people have tried to capture this state by holding an object while resting, so that when sleep begins and the hand relaxes, the object falls and wakes them, allowing them to remember the images more easily. The point is not that every image is brilliant. Most are brief, ordinary, or strange in a way that means nothing. But the state itself reveals a form of thinking that is less verbal and more visual, less controlled and more associative. It shows the mind before it becomes a storyteller, when it is still arranging raw materials in the dark. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of images before sleep. Perception is not only a window, it is also a workshop. The brain does not wait passively for reality to enter. It builds, predicts, tests, fills, and imagines. During the day, this construction is so closely tied to the world that you mistake it for simple seeing. At night, just before sleep, the construction becomes visible because the world has stepped back. You get to watch the image maker without its usual disguise. A face made from memory. A room made from fragments, a pattern made from the visual system's own rhythm, a tiny dream not yet strong enough to hold you, but strong enough to prove that the mind can begin creating worlds before you are gone from this one. So the next time sleep comes slowly and the darkness behind your eyes begins to shimmer, do not treat it as empty noise. Watch gently without grabbing too hard. You may be seeing the first brushstrokes of dreaming, the quiet moment when the brain stops reporting the world and begins preparing another one, made not of light from outside but of memory, sensation, and the hidden imagination of sleep, sleep paralysis, and threat simulation. The most frightening thing about sleep paralysis may not be the inability to move, but the way your brain instantly decides that something must be hunting you. In those frozen seconds, the bedroom is not just a bedroom anymore. It becomes a danger zone built out of darkness, silence, body signals, and ancient survival instincts. You may not see anything clearly, and yet you feel watched. You may not hear footsteps, and yet the air seems to carry intention. You may not know what is wrong, and yet the body reacts as if danger has already entered the room. This is where sleep paralysis becomes a lesson in threat simulation. Because the brain is not simply failing to move the body, it is trying to explain immobility through the oldest language it knows: danger. To understand this, you have to remember that the brain evolved in a world where reacting too quickly to possible threats was often safer than reacting too late. If an early human mistook a shadow for a predator, they might waste a little energy. But if they mistook a predator for a shadow, they might not survive. So the nervous system became biased toward false alarms. It learned to detect agency in uncertainty, to imagine an attacker behind a sound, a face in the dark, a presence in the corner, a cause behind fear even before the cause is known. Most of the time, this system helps you move through life with caution. But during sleep paralysis, it can become trapped in a strange loop. The body is still, the mind is awake, the room is dim, and the normal ability to respond is blocked. The brain asks, "Why can't I move?" Then, because the body feels vulnerable, it may answer with a threat. Not because there is truly someone there, but because the danger system prefers a terrifying explanation over no explanation at all. This is why sleep paralysis often comes with the feeling of an intruder, even when no clear figure is seen. The brain is built to read intention into incomplete signals. A coat on a chair can become a watcher, a shadow near the door can become a form, a small sound from the house can become evidence. The mind does not wait for proof when fear is already active. It completes the pattern. In waking life, you can usually check the room, turn on a light, move your hand, sit up, and correct the mistake. But in sleep paralysis, the body's temporary stillness removes those corrective actions. You cannot easily test the fear, so the fear grows inside its own echo. This is one reason the experience can feel so convincing. The brain is not calmly observing a mystery. It is running a survival simulation while you are unable to act. Some researchers connect this to the broader idea that dreaming itself may sometimes simulate threats. Dreams often place people in situations of pursuit, danger, loss, conflict, embarrassment, falling, or being unprepared. One theory suggests that this may have helped the brain rehearse emotional and defensive responses in a safe internal space. Whether or not every dream serves that purpose, sleep paralysis can feel like the most extreme version of the idea. The threat simulation leaks into the room while the body remains held in sleep's protective stillness. The result is not just fear, but fear with a stage, fear with a location, fear with an invisible actor. Your brain builds a danger scene from minimal information because it is trying to make sense of an impossible condition, awake enough to know the room, but unable to behave like a waking body. This also explains why the threat often feels close. Humans have a special sensitivity to the space immediately around the body, the near zone where something could touch, strike, or grab us. The brain constantly monitors this personal space, even when you are not thinking about it. During paralysis, when the body cannot defend itself, that near-body space may become emotionally charged. The corner of the room, the side of the bed, the space near your chest, the darkness just beyond your face, all of it may feel loaded with meaning. The brain's protective map of the body turns up the alarm, and the world nearby feels occupied. In this sense, the terror is not random. It is organized around vulnerability. The imagined presence is often not across a distant field or far outside the house. It is near the bed, near the body, near the breath. The threat simulation is personal because the body's danger map is personal. This is also why the experience can be shaped by culture. The nervous system may create the raw feeling of danger, pressure, presence, and helplessness, but the mind interprets those feelings through stories it already knows. In one culture, the presence may be described as a spirit, in another an old hag, in another an alien, in another simply a shadow person. The biology may be similar, but the mask changes. The brain reaches into available symbols and dresses the threat in familiar fear. This does not mean the person is lying. It means the experience is being interpreted through memory, belief, and expectation, the same way all perception is shaped by context. If you expect danger to have a certain face, the half-dreaming brain may give danger that face. But sleep paralysis is not only about hallucination, it is also about control. Fear becomes stronger when action is impossible. In ordinary fear, the body prepares to respond: run, fight, call out, turn away, reach for help. But in sleep paralysis, those options are temporarily blocked. That mismatch can make the nervous system escalate. The alarm rises because the escape route is unavailable. The person may think, "I am trapped," and the threat simulation becomes more intense. This is why understanding the state can be protective. If you know what is happening, you may still feel fear, but the fear has less room to invent meaning. Instead of "something is here," the mind can learn to say, "My threat system is misfiring during a sleep transition." That sentence does not instantly end the episode, but it changes your relationship to it. It gives the brain a calmer explanation, and a calmer explanation can reduce the need to create a monster. Some people learn to focus on slow breathing, tiny movements, or a neutral thought, not because these are magical cures, but because they help shift the brain out of panic and back toward ordinary waking control. Over time, better sleep habits, reduced sleep deprivation, stress management, and recognizing personal triggers can lower the chances for some people. But the deeper lesson goes beyond sleep. Sleep paralysis shows that fear is not a simple mirror of the world. Fear can be a generator. It can take uncertainty and give it teeth. It can take stillness and give it intention. It can take a harmless room and turn it into a battlefield because the brain would rather overdetect danger than miss it. That same tendency appears in everyday life too, only more quietly. A delayed message becomes rejection. A stranger's glance becomes judgment. A noise at night becomes a threat before it becomes a fact. The sleeping brain makes the process dramatic, but the waking brain uses the same ancient shortcut. When unsure, prepare for danger. And maybe this is why sleep paralysis stays in memory so powerfully. It reveals the survival machinery beneath the civilized surface of the mind. It shows that under the right conditions, your brain can create a predator out of silence, a watcher out of shadow, a nightmare out of its own protective instincts. Yet there is something strangely comforting in knowing this. The terror is not proof that the room is haunted. It is proof that the brain is fiercely designed to protect the body, even when it misunderstands the situation. The monster is not a visitor from another world. It is the shape fear takes when the alarm system wakes before the movement system does. So if sleep paralysis ever catches you between stillness and panic, remember that the danger you feel is real as a feeling, but not necessarily real as a fact. Your brain is running an ancient simulation in the dark, rehearsing threat with too much intensity and too little evidence. And when the body finally releases, when a finger moves, when the breath deepens, when the room returns to being only a room, you have witnessed one of the mind's oldest powers. Its ability to protect you so urgently that it can accidentally frighten you with its own shadow. Lucid dreaming and metacognition. The rarest power in a lucid dream is not flying, changing the sky, or walking through walls. It is the quiet ability to look at your own mind while the dream is still happening and realize, I am dreaming. That moment is not just a strange trick of sleep. It is metacognition appearing inside a world that normally hides its own construction. Metacognition simply means thinking about thinking, or knowing something about your own mental state while it unfolds. In waking life, you use it constantly without noticing. You catch yourself being distracted. You realize you are angry before you speak. You notice that a memory might be unreliable. You ask, why do I believe this? But in most dreams, that reflective layer becomes weak. The dream gives you a bizarre situation and you accept it. You may see a school hallway connected to your childhood bedroom, or speak to someone who has been gone for years, and instead of questioning the scene, your mind flows with it. Lucid dreaming is unusual because the dreamer regains enough metacognitive awareness to notice the state itself. The dream is no longer only a story you are inside. It becomes a story you can recognize as a story. This does not mean the whole brain wakes up in the ordinary sense. It means certain reflective abilities return, while the sensory and emotional world of the dream continues. That is why lucid dreaming is such a valuable window into consciousness. It shows that awareness is not one simple layer. You can have vivid images without insight, emotion without logic, action without questioning, and then suddenly insight can appear like a small, clear mirror inside the dream. Researchers often connect lucid dreaming with changes in brain systems involved in self-monitoring, working memory, attention, and cognitive control, especially compared with ordinary dreaming. These are the systems that help you check reality, notice contradictions, and hold an intention in mind. When they are quiet, the dream can carry you anywhere. When they become more active, you may begin to ask the impossible question that ordinary dreaming avoids. How did I get here? That question is powerful because dreams often survive by preventing you from asking it. A dream does not usually need to be logical. It only needs to be convincing enough in the moment. Metacognition breaks that spell. One useful way to understand lucid dreaming is to think of the brain as having a story maker and a reality checker. The story maker builds scenes, emotions, characters, goals, and dangers. The reality checker asks whether the scene makes sense, whether the rules are stable, whether the current experience matches what you know about waking life. During ordinary dreams, the story maker often dominates. During lucid dreams, the reality checker partially returns. This is why many lucid dream practices train people to question reality while awake. A person may look at their hands, read text twice, check a clock, or ask throughout the day, "Am I dreaming?" The point is not that waking life is fake. The point is to build a habit of reflection strong enough that it may appear later inside sleep. Some techniques also involve prospective memory, the ability to remember to do something in the future. Before sleep, a person may repeat an intention such as, "The next time I am dreaming, I will remember that I am dreaming." This is not magic. It is mental training. It tries to carry a goal across the boundary into sleep. When it works, the dreamer does something remarkable. They remember a waking intention inside a sleeping world. That alone shows how complex dreaming can be. The dreaming brain is not simply random noise. It can sometimes preserve goals, recognize patterns, and become aware of its own state. But lucid dreaming also teaches humility because metacognition is fragile. You might become lucid and then lose it within seconds. You might know you are dreaming, but still get pulled back into the plot. You might make a plan and then forget it when the dream changes. You might think you are fully aware, yet still believe strange dream logic. This reveals something important about self-awareness. It is not all or nothing. There are levels. You can know you are dreaming, but not remember your waking life clearly. You can control your actions, but not the environment. You can question one impossible detail while accepting another. Even lucidity has degrees, and those degrees show how the mind can be partly reflective and partly absorbed at the same time. This matters beyond sleep because waking life also has degrees of metacognition. You can be awake and still trapped inside assumptions. You can react to fear before noticing fear. You can believe a thought simply because it arrives with emotional force. You can move through an entire day on habit, rarely asking what your mind is doing. Lucid dreaming becomes a nighttime example of a daytime skill. The ability to notice experience instead of being completely swallowed by it. In a lucid dream, that skill may let you face a nightmare differently, practice a movement, explore creativity, or simply observe how a world is built from within. But its deeper value is quieter. It shows that freedom begins when awareness becomes aware of itself. Not perfect freedom, not total control, but a small space between the event and your belief in it. A dream monster may still look frightening, but if you know it is a dream, your relationship to fear changes. A dream wall may still stand in front of you, but if you know the wall is mind-made, possibility opens. A dream identity may still feel like you, but if you know the whole scene is being constructed, you begin to see that experience is more flexible than it appears. And when you wake, the lesson does not have to vanish. You can carry it into the ordinary world in a grounded way. You are not dreaming now simply because you can question experience, but you are still living through interpretations, habits, emotions, and mental models that can feel more solid than they are. Metacognition is the gentle art of turning a light back toward the mind that is holding the light. It asks you not only what you see, but how you know you are seeing. Not only what you feel, but how that feeling is shaping the world. Not only what you believe, but whether you have noticed the believing. Lucid dreaming is fascinating because it makes this visible in the most dramatic setting possible. A sleeping brain builds a universe. Then a part of that universe wakes up enough to recognize the builder. And maybe that is why the moment feels so unforgettable. You are not just realizing that the dream is unreal. You are realizing that awareness can step back from its own creation, look around gently and say, "I see what is happening." In dreams, that sentence can open the sky. In waking life, it can open the self. Out-of-body experiences in lab studies. The most unsettling thing a laboratory can show you is that the feeling of being inside your body can be moved. Not your actual body, not your bones, not the flesh resting in a chair or lying on a scanner table, but the felt location of you, the invisible center from which the world seems to be seen. Out-of-body experiences are often described as moments when a person feels lifted away from the physical body, watching from above or from a position nearby, as if the self has slipped out of its ordinary address. For centuries, these experiences were treated mostly as spiritual visions, supernatural journeys, or strange stories from the edge of sleep, shock, illness, or danger. But modern laboratory studies have done something quieter and more disturbing. They have shown that parts of this experience can be approached, triggered, or imitated by changing how the brain combines vision, touch, balance, and body position. This does not prove that a soul leaves the body, and it does not prove that people are lying when they describe the experience. It reveals something more scientifically powerful. The sense of being located inside the body is not fixed automatically. It is constructed. Your brain must constantly decide where you are by blending signals from the eyes, skin, muscles, joints, inner ear, and memory of the body's shape. Most of the time, these signals agree. You look down and see your hands where you feel them. You turn your head, and the world shifts in the expected way. You touch your arm, and the seen body and felt body match. Because everything lines up, you do not notice the construction. You simply feel present, centered behind your eyes, belonging to the body you call mine. But when scientists create a mismatch, the illusion can begin to loosen. In one famous kind of experiment, a person wears a head-mounted display connected to cameras placed behind them, so they see their own body from a position a short distance away. Then their body is touched while they see a matching touch happening from that displaced viewpoint. The timing matters. If what they feel and what they see are synchronized, the brain may begin to treat the seen body from the outside as part of the self-location system. The person may report feeling as if they are sitting behind their physical body, or as if the center of awareness has shifted toward the camera's perspective. The body has not moved, but the felt viewpoint has been pulled. This is the key lesson. Your self-location depends on agreement between senses, and when agreement is carefully manipulated, the brain may choose a new center. Other experiments use virtual reality, mannequins, body doubles, or first-person camera views to study body ownership. A person can sometimes feel that a rubber hand, a virtual body, or even another visible body is somehow connected to them if the visual and tactile signals match in the right way. The illusion is not usually perfect, and people do not truly forget their real body forever, but the shift can be strong enough to change emotion and behavior. If the fake or virtual body is threatened, the person may show stress responses, as if the brain has partially included that body in its protective map. This tells us that body ownership is not just an idea, it is a practical prediction system. The brain asks, which body is most likely mine, and uses timing, perspective, touch, and movement to answer. Out-of-body experiences may happen when that answering system becomes unstable. A major brain region involved in this process is the temporoparietal junction, an area near the meeting point of brain systems that handle touch, body position, balance, and spatial perspective. In neurological reports, disturbances near this region have been linked to out-of-body experiences and related body illusions. Some patients during electrical stimulation or certain brain conditions have reported sensations of floating, seeing themselves from outside, or feeling separated from their body. Again, this does not reduce the experience to nothing. It shows that the feeling of embodiment has physical roots. If changing activity in certain networks can disturb where the self feels located, then the self is not simply sitting in the head like a tiny pilot. It is an ongoing negotiation between brain and body. Balance signals are especially important. Your inner ear tells the brain about gravity, rotation, and acceleration. When those signals conflict with vision or body sensation, strange feelings of floating, falling, lightness, or displacement can appear. Recent experiments using visual and vestibular stimulation suggest that out-of-body-like sensations can become stronger when the brain receives coordinated cues that imply the viewpoint is rising or moving away from the physical body. That matters because many out-of-body reports include height, floating, or looking down. The laboratory cannot recreate every deeply personal report, but it can show how a brain might build the skeleton of such an experience from sensory conflict. What feels like leaving the body may, in some cases, be the brain relocating the viewpoint because its usual body map has become confused. This is not an insult to the person who experienced it. It is an explanation of how powerful the body map really is. Your normal sense of being in here is so convincing that when it shifts, the shift feels metaphysical. But perhaps it is the ordinary state that deserves more wonder. Every waking second, the brain keeps you anchored to one body, one place, one visual perspective, even though the information it uses is partial, delayed, and constantly changing. The room does not simply appear around you. It appears from somewhere. That somewhere is the self-location your brain maintains. Out-of-body studies reveal that somewhere can be bent. They also force a deeper question. If your sense of location can be experimentally altered, what exactly is the self that feels located? Is it the body itself, the viewpoint, the memory of being a person, the emotional ownership of skin and breath, or the brain's best current model of all of these together? The answer may not be one thing. The self may be more like a stable agreement among many systems, and out-of-body experiences happen when that agreement briefly breaks. This is why these studies are so valuable. They do not destroy mystery. They refine it. They move the question from, did something impossible happen, to how does the brain make embodiment feel so real that losing it feels like leaving reality? And that question can teach you something about ordinary life. You are not merely placed inside your body like a driver in a vehicle. Your body is continuously being claimed, mapped, defended, updated, and centered by the brain. You feel like you are behind your eyes because the brain has made that the most useful place for you to be. But under unusual conditions, in illness, trauma, sleep transitions, neurological disruption, or carefully designed experiments, the center can drift. The self can feel pulled upward, backward, outward. The body can become something seen rather than something inhabited. And when it returns, when the senses agree again, when the hands feel like yours and the room has the correct angle and gravity has its normal grip, the miracle is not that the illusion ended. The miracle is that the ordinary illusion of being here works so well most of the time. Out-of-body experiences in lab studies remind you that embodiment is not a cage and not a simple fact. It is a delicate achievement, renewed moment by moment, letting you say with quiet confidence, I am here, this body is mine, and the world begins from this place, the temporoparietal junction and body location. Somewhere near the side of your brain, there is a quiet crossroads helping decide one of the most basic facts of your life. Where you are. Not where your body is in the obvious sense, not your address, not the room you are sitting in, but the felt location of yourself, the invisible point from which the world seems to unfold. You almost never question this. You wake, open your eyes, and experience life from inside one body, behind one pair of eyes, facing one direction, held by gravity, surrounded by space. It feels so natural that it seems impossible for the brain to get it wrong. But neuroscience shows that this feeling is not automatic in the simple way we imagine. It is built moment by the brain, and one region often linked to this construction is the temporoparietal junction, a meeting area where the temporal and parietal parts of the brain come together. It is not a tiny soul seat, and it is not a magical doorway. It is more like a busy border station where different kinds of information arrive at once. What you see, what you feel on the skin, where your limbs are, how your head is tilted, how your body is balanced, where sounds come from, and how your attention shifts when something unexpected happens. From these signals, the brain must create a simple answer. This is my body. This is the world around it, and I am located here. The astonishing part is that the answer feels like a fact, not a calculation. You do not feel millions of signals being compared. You simply feel present. The temporoparietal junction is important because it helps combine body-related signals with spatial perspective. Your inner ear tells the brain about balance, rotation, and gravity. Your muscles and joints tell it where your limbs are without needing to look. Your skin gives touch and pressure. Vision gives a map of the space around you. All these signals must agree closely enough for the brain to maintain a stable body location. When they do, you feel anchored. When they conflict, the sense of location can become strange. A person may feel tilted, floating, displaced, or oddly separated from their body. In some neurological cases, disruptions around the temporoparietal junction have been associated with unusual experiences, such as seeing one's body from outside, feeling a duplicate body nearby, or sensing that the self is not exactly where the physical body is. These reports can sound supernatural when heard in isolation, but they become more understandable when you realize how much work the brain must do to keep you centered. Your body is not only a physical object, it is a continuously updated model, and the temporoparietal junction helps maintain the relationship between that model and the surrounding world. This same region is also involved in shifting attention. If something suddenly happens at the edge of awareness, a noise behind you, a movement beside you, a change in someone's expression, the brain must interrupt its current focus and redirect you. That ability matters for survival because the body must know not only where it is, but where relevant things are around it. The self is not floating in abstract thought. It is positioned inside a field of possible action. A cup is within reach. A sound is behind you. A person is too close. A stair begins under your foot. Your brain maps the body together with what the body can do. This is why location is not merely geometry. It is practical. To feel here means to know, without saying it, how the world relates to your body's possible movements. If that system is disturbed, space itself can feel altered. After certain brain injuries, especially on the right side, some people develop spatial neglect, where they may ignore or fail to attend to one side of space. Their eyes may still work, but part of the world no longer fully enters awareness as meaningful. A plate of food may be eaten only on one side. A drawing may include only half of an object. A person may shave or dress only one side of the body. This is not ordinary blindness. It is a disturbance of attention and spatial representation. It shows that the world you experience is not just entering the brain through the senses. The brain must organize space around the body, and that organization can break. The temporoparietal junction also touches something even more intimate: the difference between your perspective and someone else's. In everyday life, you can imagine what another person sees, where they are looking from, what they might know or not know. To do this, the brain must loosen its own viewpoint slightly and represent another possible viewpoint. This ability is useful for empathy, communication, and social life, but it also reveals that perspective is flexible. You can mentally move into another angle without leaving your body, The temporoparietal junction has been studied in relation to this kind of perspective taking and self-other distinction. That means the same general neighborhood of the brain is involved not only in where the body is, but also in how the mind separates my view from your view. And that is quietly profound. The self is not only a body in space, it is a viewpoint among other viewpoints. It must know what belongs to me, what belongs to the world, and what might belong to another mind. When this boundary becomes unstable, experience can become confusing. You might misattribute a feeling, a movement, or a perspective. The brain's sense of ownership is delicate because it must constantly decide what is self-generated and what comes from outside. Even simple movement depends on this. When you decide to lift your hand, the brain predicts the sensory result of that movement. If the hand rises as expected, the action feels like yours. If the prediction and feedback do not match, the movement may feel strange, delayed, or less owned. The temporoparietal junction is part of broader systems that help compare intention, sensation, and perspective, so the self does not dissolve into a chaos of disconnected signals. Yet it is important not to oversimplify. The temporoparietal junction does not create the whole self alone. No single region does. Body location depends on many networks, including areas involved in vision, touch, balance, movement planning, memory, and emotion. The brain is not built like a map with one place labeled me. It is more like a choir that must stay in tune. The temporoparietal junction is one important singer in that choir, especially for coordinating body, space, attention, and perspective. When it works smoothly, you feel like one person in one body in one place. When it is disrupted, the unity can bend. This is why studying it changes how you think about ordinary existence. You begin to realize that being inside your body is not as simple as it feels. It is a neurological achievement. The brain must bind the body to a viewpoint, bind the viewpoint to the world, and bind the world to a sense of possible action. It must keep track of gravity, touch, sight, balance, and attention, while also maintaining a difference between your perspective and everyone else's. And all of this happens beneath conscious awareness, so quietly that you only notice it when something goes wrong. The beauty of this is not that it makes the self less real. It makes the self more remarkable. A rainbow is not less beautiful because you understand light and water. Music is not less moving because you understand vibration. In the same way, the feeling of being here is not less meaningful because the brain constructs it. It becomes more delicate, more astonishing, more worthy of attention. Every time you turn your head and the world remains stable, every time you reach for a glass without looking directly at your hand, every time you know where your body ends and the room begins, your brain is solving a hidden problem. The temporoparietal junction helps keep that solution alive. So the next time you sit quietly and feel yourself located behind your eyes, do not treat it as something simple. Beneath that calm certainty is a living negotiation between body and world, between vision and balance, between self and space. You are not merely placed in a body, you are being located continuously by a brain that must keep answering the question you almost never ask. Where is the one who is experiencing this? And for now, with all the fragile precision of biology, the answer arrives as the most familiar feeling in your life. Here, anesthesia and the disappearing self. The most mysterious journey you may ever take is one you do not remember taking at all. One moment you are lying under bright hospital lights, hearing soft voices, feeling the cold touch of a monitor on your skin, perhaps trying to stay calm as someone tells you to breathe normally. Then, with no tunnel, no dream, no slow fading corridor, the world simply disappears. Not like sleep, where time may bend into images. Not like fainting, where the body collapses into darkness. General anesthesia is stranger than both, because it can remove not only pain, not only movement, not only memory, but the very feeling of being a continuous self passing through time. You do not experience hours as empty hours. You do not sit inside blackness waiting to return. For many people, there is no during at all. There is the last moment before the medicine takes hold. then the next moment after waking, as if a section of existence has been cut out so cleanly that even absence leaves no memory behind. This is why anesthesia is one of the most powerful scientific windows into consciousness. It shows that the self you feel so strongly every morning is not guaranteed. It depends on fragile patterns of brain activity staying organized enough to create awareness, memory, body ownership, and a sense of time. When anesthetic drugs enter the body, they do not simply turn the brain off, like a machine unplugged from the wall. The brain remains alive, cells still work. Breathing may be supported, the heart continues. Reflexes may remain in some form, but the coordination needed for conscious experience becomes disrupted. Different anesthetic drugs work in different ways, but many influence chemical signaling in the brain so that large networks can no longer communicate in the flexible, integrated way required for wakeful awareness. Some drugs strengthen inhibitory signals, making brain activity more synchronized, slower, or less able to carry rich information. Others affect different receptors and circuits. The exact science is still being studied, because anesthesia is not one simple state. It is a carefully managed combination of unconsciousness, lack of pain, reduced movement, and often amnesia. These pieces can be separated. A patient might not move because the body is medically relaxed, but that alone would not guarantee unconsciousness. A person might not remember an event afterward, but memory failure alone does not prove there was no experience at the time. This is why anesthesiologists monitor the body carefully. Heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen, breathing, drug levels, movement, and sometimes brain activity. Their goal is not just to make someone sleep, but to protect the body while preventing awareness and pain during procedures that would otherwise be unbearable. The word sleep can be comforting, but scientifically, anesthesia is not ordinary sleep. During natural sleep, the brain cycles through stages, dreams may appear, and the sleeping person can often be awakened. Under general anesthesia, the brain enters a drug-induced state where responsiveness is strongly reduced and the normal architecture of consciousness is interrupted. It may resemble some features of deep sleep in certain brain rhythms, but it is not the same journey. Natural sleep is a biological rhythm the brain enters and leaves on its own. Anesthesia is a controlled medical condition guided by drugs and clinical monitoring. And yet the personal experience can feel even stranger than sleep because there may be no inner passage. You do not travel through darkness. You vanish from your own point of view. This disappearance teaches us that consciousness requires more than brain activity. It requires the right kind of activity. Activity that combined perception, memory, attention, and self-location into a usable present. When anesthesia deepens, communication between distant brain regions may weaken, especially the kinds of long-range interactions that help information become globally available. The brain may still process some signals locally, but those signals may not join into the unified scene you call experience. A sound might enter the ear, a touch might reach early sensory pathways, but without the proper coordination, it may never become part of a conscious world. This is one reason anesthesia is so philosophically unsettling. It does not just block the outside world, it can block the world-making process itself. The room may continue, the surgeons may work, time may pass on the clock, but for you, there may be no room, no body, no fear, no waiting, no self. After waking, people often say, "It felt like no time passed." That phrase is simple, but it carries a deep truth. To feel time passing, the brain must maintain experience and memory across moments. It must connect now to the moment before, and the moment before to the one after. If that chain breaks completely, time does not feel slow or fast. It does not feel like anything. It is not experienced. This is different from forgetting where you put your keys or losing track of an afternoon. Under anesthesia, the machinery that would have created a remembered inner sequence may not have been running in the required way. The self returns and finds a gap, but the gap is not remembered as a place. It is discovered only by comparison. The clock changed, the procedure ended. People say time passed, but you were not there to witness it. Rarely, and very seriously, some patients report awareness during anesthesia. This is uncommon, but it is one reason anesthesia is treated with such care. Awareness can range from vague sounds or pressure to distressing experiences, especially if the patient cannot move. Modern practice works hard to reduce this risk, but its existence reminds us that the pieces of anesthesia can come apart. Unconsciousness, paralysis, pain control, and memory are related but not identical. The disappearance of the self must be maintained, monitored, and respected. There is also the strange process of returning. Waking from anesthesia is not always like opening a door into clarity. The self often reassembles gradually. First, there may be sound without context, light without meaning, a voice without identity, a body that feels heavy, a throat that feels dry, confusion about time and place. Memory comes back in fragments. The world regains its labels. The room becomes a recovery room. The people become nurses. The body becomes yours again. This reassembly shows that the self is not a single object hidden somewhere in the mind. It is a pattern that must restart. Orientation, memory, language, body feeling, personal history, and the quiet recognition that I am the one waking up. Most of the time, this happens so quickly that you take it for granted. But anesthesia slows the return enough for the hidden construction to become visible. It is almost like watching a city after a power outage. First a few lights, then streets, then voices, then traffic, until the whole place feels inhabited again. The deeper lesson is not that the self is unreal. It is that the self is dependent. It depends on biology, chemistry, oxygen, blood flow, neural communication, and the delicate ability of the brain to hold a world together. Anesthesia does not answer every mystery of consciousness, but it proves that changing the brain can remove the experienced person without destroying the living body. That fact is both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because it allows modern medicine to perform operations without unbearable suffering. Terrifying because it shows how easily the inner world can disappear when the right neural conditions are interrupted. You are used to thinking of yourself as continuous, as if the I inside you has been steadily present from childhood to this moment. But anesthesia reveals a hidden fragility in that story. The self can pause, the world can continue without being known by you. And then, when the drugs fade and the networks reconnect, you return, not from a remembered darkness, but from a place where memory never formed and the witness was absent. So the next time you hear someone say anesthesia is just like sleep, remember that it is something more precise and more astonishing. It is medicine, learning how to quiet the theater of awareness without ending the body's life. It is a controlled disappearance of the experiencing self. And when you wake, when the ceiling becomes a ceiling again, when your name finds you, when time resumes its gentle flow, you are witnessing one of the quiet miracles of neuroscience. The self does not simply exist. It must be continuously made. And for a while, under anesthesia, the making can stop. Minimal consciousness and hidden awareness. A silent patient can sometimes be the loudest question in the room. They may lie with open eyes, breathe without a machine, move only slightly or not at all, and give no clear answer when a doctor says, "Can you hear me?" To the outside world, it can look like absence, like a person has become a body without a reachable mind. But modern neuroscience has made that scene far less simple. In some patients with severe brain injury, awareness does not vanish completely. It becomes faint, inconsistent, hidden behind damaged pathways or visible only in small signals that are easy to miss. This is the world of minimal consciousness and hidden awareness, and it forces us to ask one of the most delicate questions in medicine. How much inner life can remain when the body can barely show it? A minimally conscious state is not the same as ordinary sleep, coma, or full wakefulness. It is a condition in which a person shows limited but real signs of awareness, though not reliably and not always on command. One day they may follow a simple instruction, track a mirror with their eyes, reach toward an object, show an emotional reaction to a familiar voice, or produce a movement that seems purposeful rather than reflexive. Another day they may show almost nothing. This inconsistency makes diagnosis extremely difficult, because the observer may see only a quiet moment and mistake it for total absence. The brain after severe injury is not like a cleanly broken machine with one obvious failure. It can be more like a city after an earthquake. Some roads are destroyed. Some lights still work. Some neighborhoods communicate weakly. And some signals never reach the places where they can be seen. A person may have moments of awareness, but lack the motor control to express them. They may understand more than they can show. They may hear a question, but be unable to move the hand, blink the eyes, or shape the mouth into an answer. This is why hidden awareness, sometimes called covert consciousness or cognitive motor dissociation, has become so important. It describes cases where a patient appears unresponsive at the bedside, yet brain recordings suggest they may be following commands internally. Instead of asking them to move a limb, researchers may ask them to imagine doing something specific, like playing tennis or walking through their home. In some patients, brain activity patterns change in ways that match the instruction, even though the body remains still. The meaning is profound. The command was heard, understood, held in mind, and answered through brain activity rather than movement. It is not common in every patient, and it must be tested carefully, but when it appears, it changes everything. It means silence is not always emptiness. It means the body can fail to speak while some form of awareness remains inside. Other tools, such as EEG, can sometimes detect responses to sounds, names, errors, or repeated patterns, giving doctors another way to search for signs the patient cannot outwardly provide. These methods are not perfect. They can miss awareness, and they can sometimes be hard to interpret. But they have opened a door that bedside observation alone could not fully open. The older assumption was often simple. If the patient cannot respond, the patient may not be aware. The newer lesson is more careful. If the patient cannot respond, we must ask whether the pathway for response is broken. This distinction is not just scientific. It is deeply human. It affects how families speak at the bedside, how clinicians manage pain, how rehabilitation is planned, and how decisions are made about long-term care. If even a small chance of awareness remains, the room changes. The person is not only being treated, they may be receiving. A familiar song may matter. A gentle voice may matter. Pain control may matter even when the person cannot complain. Respect matters, because uncertainty does not remove dignity. At the same time, honesty matters too. Minimal consciousness is not a guarantee of recovery. Some people improve over time, especially depending on the cause and severity of injury, age, medical complications, and rehabilitation access. Others remain severely impaired for years. Some regain limited communication. Others never do. Families often live inside this uncertainty, listening for a sign, watching for a blink, wondering whether a movement meant something or only seemed to. That emotional burden is enormous because hope and grief can occupy the same chair beside the bed. Science can help, but it cannot always give the clean answer the heart wants. What it can do is make the search more precise. Specialized behavioral exams, repeated over time, are often more reliable than a quick glance. A patient's awareness may appear only when pain is controlled, infection is treated, sleep is better, medication effects are reduced, or the environment is calm enough for attention to emerge. In other words, consciousness may not only be present or absent, it may be buried under noise. Fatigue, drugs, injury, seizures, inflammation, and sensory overload can all hide what remains. This is why repeated assessment matters. A single failed command does not always mean no awareness. A single small movement does not always prove clear consciousness. The truth often has to be gathered slowly, like listening for a faint radio signal through static. And the existence of hidden awareness teaches something larger about the mind itself. You usually think of consciousness as something that announces itself. Speech, eye contact, gesture, personality, choice. But the brain can preserve pieces of awareness when expression is damaged. The inner world and the outer performance can separate. This should humble us. In everyday life, we often judge minds by what bodies can do, by speed, language, confidence, facial expression. productivity. But severe brain injury reveals how fragile those channels are. A person may lose the bridge to the outside long before every light inside has gone out. And if that is true in the hospital room, perhaps it should make us gentler everywhere, more careful with silence, more respectful of those who cannot communicate easily, more aware that a human being is not equal to their visible output. Minimal consciousness does not give us a comforting fairy tale. It gives us a demanding truth. Awareness can be partial, hidden, fragile, and still morally important. It may flicker rather than blaze. It may appear in a look, a delayed response, a brain signal, a quiet change when a loved one speaks. And the mystery is not only whether someone is in there, but how much of being human can remain when the usual doors are closed. So when you imagine a silent patient in a hospital bed, do not imagine only absence. Imagine a threshold. Imagine doctors and families listening not just with ears but with science, patience, and humility. Somewhere between no response and full return, there may be a dim but real interior, a hidden awareness trying to cross a damaged bridge. And if we are wise, we do not treat that uncertainty as empty. We treat it as sacred enough to investigate, careful enough to respect, and human enough to never be dismissed too quickly. The hard problem of consciousness. The hardest mystery of consciousness is not whether the brain is active, but why its activity should ever become a felt world. A neuroscientist can point to cells firing, chemicals shifting, networks communicating, memories forming, attention selecting, and the body responding, and all of that may be true, precise and deeply useful. But after the description is finished, one stubborn question remains standing in the room like a shadow that refuses to leave. Why does any of it feel like something from the inside? This is what the hard problem of consciousness is really about. It is not asking whether the brain matters. It clearly does. Change the brain and experience changes. Injure certain regions and perception can vanish. Language can fracture. Emotion can flatten. Memory can dissolve. Or the sense of body can become strange. Give the brain certain drugs and the world can brighten, blur, disappear, or return with a different emotional weight. So the hard problem is not a denial of biology. It is a challenge to explanation. It asks why physical processes are accompanied by subjective experience at all. Why is there redness, not just the processing of light? Why is there pain, not just tissue damage and defensive reaction? Why is there the taste of salt, the heaviness of grief, the warmth of trust, the private pressure of a thought forming before you speak? The brain may be the instrument, but the hard problem asks why music is heard from the inside. To feel how strange this is, imagine a perfect scientific description of your brain while you taste chocolate. Every signal is mapped, every pathway is known, every chemical change is recorded. The scientists can explain how sugar and fat stimulate receptors, how reward circuits respond, how memory adds familiarity, how language might label the flavor. But if someone had never tasted chocolate, would that description give them the taste itself? They might know everything that can be described from the outside and still not know what the experience is like. This is the explanatory gap. It does not mean science is useless. It means third-person facts and first-person feeling do not seem to meet easily. A map of a storm is not the wetness of rain on your skin. A recipe is not the flavor of the meal. A brain scan is not the ache of missing someone. The hard problem lives in that difference. Philosophers often use the word qualia for these raw felt qualities. The blue of blue, the sharpness of pain, the softness of a remembered voice, the strange inner texture of fear. You do not encounter qualia as theories. You encounter them as the fabric of every moment. And yet, they are difficult to place inside a purely external description of the world. If the universe is made of matter and energy behaving according to physical rules, where exactly does the feeling enter? Does it emerge when information becomes complex enough? Does it appear when the brain integrates many signals into one unified perspective? Is it tied to attention, memory, embodiment, prediction, or something deeper about living systems? These are real scientific and philosophical possibilities, but none has ended the debate. The mystery, becomes even sharper with a thought experiment known as the philosophical zombie. Imagine a being physically identical to you, molecule for molecule, behaving exactly like you, speaking like you, laughing at jokes, avoiding danger, saying it feels pain, claiming to love, remembering childhood, looking into the sunset and saying it is beautiful, but with no inner experience at all. From the outside, there is no difference. Inside, there is no one home. Whether such a creature could actually exist is controversial, but the point is not to build one. The point is to reveal how easily behavior and experience can be pulled apart in thought. If all the outside facts could appear the same while the inside feeling is missing, then consciousness seems to require an explanation that behavior alone cannot provide. Some scientists and philosophers reject this and argue that once we fully understand the brain's functions, the feeling will no longer seem mysterious. They believe the hard problem may be a confusion created by how the mind talks about itself. Others think consciousness may require new principles, not supernatural ones, but new ways of linking physical organization to subjective life. Still others argue that experience may be a basic feature of reality in some form, though that idea is deeply debated and difficult to test. The honest position is that no final answer has won, and maybe that uncertainty is exactly why the hard problem matters. It protects us from pretending too quickly. It reminds us that explaining the machinery of seeing is not the same as explaining why seeing has a glow. It reminds us that a person is not only a behaving organism, but a center of experience. This matters ethically. If consciousness is what makes pain truly matter, then understanding it is not just an academic puzzle. It affects how we think about animals, infants, brain-injured patients, artificial intelligence, anesthesia, and suffering itself. A system that only reacts is one thing. A being that feels is another. The difficulty is that feeling cannot be directly inspected from the outside. You can measure signs, but you cannot climb into another mind and verify the light there. That should make us careful, humble, and compassionate. The hard problem also changes the way you look at yourself. You are not merely a body performing tasks. You are the place where tasks become lived moments. Your brain does not only detect the world, somehow it makes the world appear. A wavelength becomes color. A vibration becomes music. A chemical shift becomes mood. A memory becomes a room you can almost enter again. And none of this feels like machinery while it is happening. It feels like life. Perhaps one day the hard problem will be softened by a theory so clear that future generations will wonder why we were confused. Or perhaps it will remain a permanent reminder that reality has an inner side we do not yet know how to translate. Either way, the question is not empty. It sharpens wonder without asking us to abandon truth. So the next time you feel sunlight on your face, or hear a song pull a memory from somewhere deep, or notice sadness arriving before you can name it, pause gently. Beneath that moment is not just a brain doing work. Beneath it is the oldest unsolved astonishment of being alive. Matter has become experience, and somehow the universe is not only happening, but being felt. Global workspace theory explained simply. A thought does not become fully yours the moment it is born. It becomes yours when the whole brain is allowed to hear it. That is the simple heart of global workspace theory. One of the most influential ways scientists have tried to explain why some mental events become conscious while others remain hidden in the background. Right now, your brain is doing far more than you notice. It is adjusting posture, monitoring breathing, filtering sounds, predicting words, recognizing shapes, checking emotion, scanning memory, and preparing small actions before you ever name them. Most of this happens quietly, like thousands of workers moving behind the walls of a theater while only one scene appears on stage. You do not consciously feel every muscle correction in your back. You do not notice every sound in the room. You do not experience every visual detail entering your eyes. The brain is full of activity, but activity alone is not consciousness. According to global workspace theory, something becomes conscious when information is not trapped inside one small system, but is made widely available across the brain, like a message placed on a shared screen where many different systems can use it at once. Imagine a large control room with many specialists working separately. One group handles vision, another handles language, another tracks memories, another evaluates danger, another prepares movement, another judges what matters for your goals. Most of the time, these specialists work locally, solving their own problems without bothering everyone else. But when something important, surprising, useful, or emotionally meaningful happens, that information can be broadcast into a global workspace. Once broadcast, it becomes available to memory, speech, planning, decision-making, and self-reflection. That is when it enters the bright center of experience. You do not merely process the thing, you know that you are processing it. This explains why you can react to things before you consciously notice them. Your brain may detect a threatening shape, a familiar voice, or an error in a sentence before the full awareness of it arrives. Some processing stays backstage, but if the signal becomes strong enough, relevant enough, or connected enough to your current goals, it wins access to the mental stage. Consciousness in this view is not a substance or a glowing fluid inside the skull. It is a function, the sharing of selected information with the rest of the mind. This also explains why attention and consciousness are closely related but not identical. Attention can help push something toward the workspace, like a spotlight helping one actor become visible on stage. But not everything attended is deeply understood, and not everything processed unconsciously is useless. The brain can do impressive things without broadcasting them. You can walk while thinking about something else. You can understand the mood of a room before you explain why. You can recognize a word so quickly that the process behind recognition never appears. Global workspace theory says consciousness is expensive. The brain cannot broadcast everything. If every sensation, memory, body signal, and tiny perception became conscious at once, your mind would drown in its own detail. So the brain selects. It compresses the world into what is useful enough to become globally available. This is why conscious experience feels rich but also narrow. You feel as if you are seeing the whole room, but you are only clearly aware of a small portion at any one moment. The rest is held as possibility, background, or expectation. When you turn your attention, a new piece enters the workspace, and it feels as if the world was simply waiting there. In reality, the brain is constantly deciding what deserves access. This theory becomes especially interesting when you think about language. When a thought enters consciousness, you can often describe it, hold it, compare it with memory, and use it to guide action. It becomes part of the shared economy of the mind. A pain in your foot, once conscious, can change your posture, your mood, your plans, your speech, and your memory of the day. A sudden worry, once conscious, can recruit imagination, problem-solving, and emotion. A beautiful sound, once conscious, can call up a memory from years ago. This is what broadcasting means. One piece of information begins influencing many systems at once. It becomes mentally public, not public to other people, but public inside you. And perhaps that is why consciousness feels unified. Your brain is made of many specialized parts. Yet your experience does not usually feel like a committee. It feels like one world, one moment, one you. The global workspace may help explain that unity by allowing selected information to be shared across many systems, creating a temporary common focus. Still, the theory does not answer everything. It may explain how information becomes reportable, usable, and available, but some philosophers argue that it still does not fully explain why broadcasting should feel like anything from the inside. That deeper question remains open, but global workspace theory gives us a grounded way to understand the architecture of awareness. It shows that consciousness may not be where all brain activity happens, but where certain information becomes important enough to be shared. This changes how you see your own mind. You are not aware of most of what makes you possible. You are living on the surface of an enormous hidden system, receiving only the messages that rise into the common space. Your conscious mind is not the ruler of the whole brain. It is more like the central meeting room where urgent, useful, or meaningful information gathers long enough to shape the next step. And this should make you both humble and curious. Humble, because so much of your life is guided by processes you never see. Curious, because awareness is not random. It is the brain choosing what to reveal to itself. So the next time a thought suddenly appears, a memory interrupts you, a sound pulls your attention, or a feeling becomes too strong to ignore, imagine that somewhere inside the living architecture of your brain, a quiet broadcast has begun. Something has crossed the threshold from hidden work into shared experience. Something has stepped onto the stage, and in that moment, the mind does not merely process the world in darkness. It lights one part of it brightly enough for you to say, "I know this is happening." Integrated information theory and its debate. Imagine a choir where every singer is perfect alone, but consciousness begins only when their voices become one song that cannot be pulled apart. That is the central intuition behind integrated information theory, often shortened to IIT, one of the most ambitious and controversial theories of consciousness in modern science. It begins from a simple observation that feels almost too obvious. Your experience does not arrive as scattered pieces. You do not experience a patch of color over here, a sound over there, a body sensation floating separately, and a memory sitting in another isolated corner. You experience one scene. Even when that scene is messy, emotional, confusing, or incomplete, it still appears as a single field of awareness. The coffee cup, the room, the hum of a refrigerator, the feeling of your hands, the thought passing through your mind, the sense that this is happening now. All of it is bound together into one lived moment. IIT asks, what kind of physical system could make experience like that possible? Its answer is bold. Consciousness, according to this theory, is tied to how much a system can generate information as an integrated whole, not information in the ordinary sense of facts stored in a book, and not intelligence in the sense of solving problems, but a deeper kind of self-structured information. The system's parts influence one another in such a way that the whole has a causal power that cannot be reduced to separate pieces. Put more simply, if you cut the system apart and lose something essential about what it was doing as a whole, then it has integration. And if that integrated structure is rich enough, IIT says there is experience. This is why the theory cares so much about unity. Your brain is not conscious merely because it has many neurons. A pile of sand has many grains, but the grains do not form one inner point of view. A camera can hold millions of pixels, but each pixel mostly records its own tiny part without becoming a unified subject. IIT suggests that consciousness requires a system whose parts are both differentiated and integrated. Differentiated means the system can be in many specific states, not just one simple condition. Integrated means those states belong to a whole that cannot be split without losing something real. Think of a melody. A single note is not enough. Random noise is not enough either. A melody needs differences between notes, but also a relation that makes them belong together. IIT tries to apply a similar idea to consciousness. Experience is rich because it contains many distinctions, but it is unified because those distinctions are held together in one structure. This is why IIT became so attractive to some researchers. It does not begin only by asking what the brain does from the outside. It begins with what experience is like from the inside. It exists for itself. It has structure. It is specific. It is unified. And it excludes alternatives. When you see this room, you are not simultaneously experiencing every possible room. Your experience is this one, with these features, from this perspective. IIT tries to translate those features into physical requirements. That makes it different from theories that focus mainly on attention, reporting, behavior, or broadcasting information across the brain. IIT asks a more inward-facing question. What physical organization would make a system exist as an experience for itself? But this is exactly where the debate begins. Critics argue that IIT may be too bold, too abstract, or too difficult to test in practice. One major challenge is measurement. The theory has a technical quantity meant to capture integrated information, but calculating it for real systems, especially a full human brain, is extremely difficult. If a theory claims to measure consciousness, but the measure cannot be practically applied to the systems we most care about, critics ask whether it is scientifically useful enough. Another controversy comes from the theory's strange implications. IIT can suggest that some simple systems with feedback might have tiny amounts of consciousness, while some highly intelligent systems arranged in the wrong way might not. It may imply that consciousness is not the same as intelligence, language, or human-like behavior. That part is fascinating, but it also unsettles people, because it opens the door to questions about animals, infants, brain-injured patients, artificial systems, and even very simple networks. If the theory grants some form of experience too widely, critics worry that it becomes hard to separate meaningful consciousness from ordinary physical interaction. If almost everything integrated has some tiny interior, then the word consciousness may stretch until it becomes difficult to use. Supporters respond that this is not a flaw, but a consequence of taking experience seriously. They argue that consciousness may not appear only when a system talks, reports, or behaves like a human. It may depend on intrinsic organization, on what the system is for itself, not how impressive it looks from the outside. This disagreement is not just technical. It touches the emotional center of the consciousness problem. Are we trying to explain consciousness as something a brain does for behavior, or as something a system is from its own point of view? IIT takes the second path, and that path is both powerful and risky. One famous comparison helps show why. The human cerebrum, the large folded part of the brain involved in perception, thought, and voluntary action, is strongly linked to conscious experience. Damage there can deeply alter awareness. The cerebellum, at the back of the brain, contains huge numbers of neurons and is extremely important for movement, timing, coordination, and learning. Yet damage to it usually does not erase consciousness in the same way. IIT supporters see this as meaningful. It is not just the number of cells that matters, but how they are organized and integrated. A system can be complex and still not support the kind of unified causal structure required for consciousness. Critics may agree that organization matters, but still reject IIT's exact claims about what kind of organization is enough. This is how scientific debate should work at its best. One theory makes a strong proposal, others push back. Experiments try to separate predictions, and the field slowly learns which parts survive. In recent years, IIT has been compared directly with other theories in large collaborative studies, including tests designed before the data were collected. These efforts matter because consciousness research has often been full of beautiful ideas that are hard to falsify. A good theory should not only sound deep, it should risk being wrong. It should say, if consciousness works this way, we should see this pattern and not that one. The debate around IIT has become intense, partly because some researchers believe it has received too much attention without enough decisive evidence, while others believe it offers one of the few serious frameworks that tries to connect the inner structure of experience with the physical structure of the brain. Some critics have even called it pseudoscientific, a strong accusation that supporters strongly dispute. The disagreement itself reveals the pressure of the field. Consciousness is not like measuring blood pressure or identifying a bone fracture. The target is private, the evidence is indirect, and the theories often carry philosophical weight. When a theory claims to tell us which systems are conscious, it is not only doing science, it is shaping how we think about suffering, moral status, machines, animals, and the border between matter and mind. That is why the argument matters. If IIT is right, consciousness is not something added to information from the outside. It is what certain integrated structures are, from within. If IIT is wrong, it may still have forced science to ask better questions about unity, structure, and the difference between intelligence and experience. Either way, it has changed the conversation. The safest way to understand IIT is not as a final answer, but as a daring map of a country we still do not fully know how to enter. It tells us to look not only for activity, not only for complexity, not only for behavior, but for the way a system holds itself together as one cause and effect whole. And whether that turns out to be the key or only part of the key, the idea leaves you with a quiet and difficult thought. Your mind may feel like one smooth light, But beneath that light is an enormous biological structure binding countless differences into one present moment. The world you experience is not a pile of separate signals. It is integrated into a single now. And maybe that is why consciousness feels so intimate. Not because the brain is simply busy, but because somehow, for a moment, its many parts become a whole that can say without words, "This is happening to me." Predictive processing and conscious experience. Your brain does not wait for the world to explain itself. It begins guessing before the evidence even arrives. This is the heart of predictive processing, one of the most powerful ideas in modern neuroscience, and it changes the way you understand ordinary experience. You may feel as if you open your eyes and simply receive reality, as if the world pours into you through the senses and the brain passively records it. But the brain is not a camera. It is closer to a living prediction machine, constantly asking, what is most likely out there? What is most likely happening next? What should this signal mean? Every moment it uses memory, context, expectation, body state, emotion, and past experience to predict what your senses are about to report. Then it compares those predictions with incoming signals from the eyes, ears, skin, nose, tongue, and body. When the prediction fits well enough, experience feels smooth and obvious. When the prediction fails, the brain updates. That mismatch is often called prediction error, not because the brain has failed in a bad way, but because the world has surprised it. The surprise becomes information. If you hear a familiar song, your brain predicts the next note before it arrives. If the note matches, you barely notice the prediction. If the note changes unexpectedly, your attention snaps toward it. If you walk downstairs in the dark and think there is one more step than there really is, your whole body jolts because the brain predicted a flaw that did not exist. If someone says your name in a noisy room, it rises out of the background because your brain is always tuned to patterns that matter to you. Predictive processing suggests that perception is not built from raw data alone, but from a negotiation between what the brain expects and what the senses confirm or correct. This is why the same sound can feel different depending on context. A creak in the house during the afternoon may mean nothing. The same creak at night, when you're alone and tense, may feel like a warning. The sound itself may be similar, but the brain's prediction has changed. Fear supplies a different model. The mind begins to expect threat, and the world is colored by that expectation. This does not mean perception is imaginary. It means perception is guided. The outside world still pushes back. You cannot simply decide that a wall is not there and walk through it. But what you consciously experience is shaped by the brain's best interpretation of incomplete signals. Vision shows this beautifully. Your eyes have blind spots, limited detail outside the center of gaze, and constant tiny movements. Yet the world appears stable and complete. The brain fills, smooths, predicts, and stabilizes. You do not see every detail equally. You experience a useful version of the scene built for action. This is why illusions work. They do not trick the eyes alone. They reveal the assumptions the brain normally uses successfully. A shadow can make one color seem different from another. A face can appear in clouds. A still image can seem to move. A sentence with missing letters can still be read because the brain predicts the likely word. Illusions are not proof that perception is broken. They are proof that perception is active. Most of the time, those predictions help you survive. They let you recognize a friend from a few features, understand speech even with background noise, catch a falling cup before consciously calculating its path, and move through the world without drowning in uncertainty. But predictions can also trap you. If you expect rejection, a neutral expression may feel cold. If you expect pain, the body may become more sensitive. If you expect failure, ordinary difficulty may feel like confirmation. The brain does not only predict objects, it predicts meanings. It predicts whether a room is safe, whether a person is angry, whether a sensation is dangerous, whether a memory matters, whether you are capable. These predictions can become self-reinforcing because the brain often searches for evidence that matches its current model. This is one reason therapy, learning, and new experience can be so powerful. They give the brain better evidence, repeated over time, until old predictions begin to loosen. Predictive processing also helps explain why the body is part of consciousness, not just a container for it. The brain constantly predicts the body's internal condition, how much energy you have, whether you need rest, whether your heartbeat signals danger or excitement, whether a stomach sensation is hunger, stress, or illness. Your mood may partly come from these bodily predictions. A tired brain may predict difficulty everywhere. A stressed body may make the world look more hostile. A calm body may allow the same situation to feel manageable. In this view, emotions are not random storms that appear from nowhere. They are partly the brain's predictions about what your body needs and what the world means for your survival. This does not make emotions less real. It makes them more deeply embodied. The feeling is real, even when the interpretation may need correction. And this is where predictive processing becomes quietly philosophical. If your experience is a controlled prediction shaped by evidence, then reality as you know it is not a direct copy of the world, but the brain's most useful answer to a constant question. What is happening now? What matters? What should I do next? The answer feels immediate because the brain hides the work. You do not experience the prediction process. You experience the result. You see the cup, not the calculation. You hear the sentence, not the reconstruction. You feel the mood, not the bodily inference behind it. The brain gives you a finished world because you need to act quickly. But beneath that finished world, a quiet conversation never stops. Expectation meets sensation. Sensation corrects expectation, and experience emerges from the exchange. This is why surprise is so important. Surprise is the moment reality refuses to fit the mind's current model. It wakes the system. It says, look again. Learning is the art of using surprise without being destroyed by it. A healthy brain must predict, but it must also remain flexible enough to be corrected. Too little prediction, and the world becomes overwhelming, noisy, chaotic. Too much rigid prediction, and the world becomes a prison made of assumptions. The mind needs both stability and openness. It must guess, but it must also listen. And perhaps that is the lesson predictive processing gives you beyond neuroscience. You are always meeting the world through expectations, many of them invisible. Some were built by childhood, some by fear, some by culture, some by repetition, some by love, some by pain. They do not merely sit in your mind. They shape what becomes obvious to you. They decide which details glow and which fade, which possibilities feel open and which feel impossible. To become aware of this is not to lose trust in reality. It is to become more responsible toward your own seeing. You can ask gently, what is my brain predicting here? What am I assuming before the evidence arrives? Is this moment truly dangerous, or does it only resemble something that once was? That kind of question can create a small space between prediction and belief. And in that space, change can begin. The world may not become simple, but it becomes more alive, because you realize experience is not just given to you. It is built with you, through a constant dance between the outside world and the mind that tries to meet it. So the next time reality feels completely obvious, pause for a second. Notice how much your brain has already done before you even had a thought. It has guessed, filtered, filled, corrected, and offered you a world stable enough to live in. And maybe the deepest mystery is not that the brain sometimes gets reality wrong, but that it gets enough of it right to let you move. Love, fear, learn, and wonder inside a prediction that feels, for a while, like the world itself. Why attention and consciousness are not the same. You can stare straight at something and still never become conscious of it. That sounds impossible at first because attention and consciousness feel like the same thing in daily life. You pay attention to a voice and you hear it clearly. You focus on a word and it becomes meaningful. You look at a face and it seems to enter awareness. So it is easy to assume that attention is the doorway and consciousness is whatever walks through it. But the brain is stranger than that. Attention and consciousness are deeply connected, yet they are not identical. Attention is more like selection. It is the mind's way of giving priority to some information over other information. Because the brain cannot treat every signal with equal importance. Consciousness is the felt appearance of something in experience, the moment when a color, sound, thought, pain, memory, or emotion becomes part of your inner world. Most of the time they cooperate, so you do not notice the difference. But under the right conditions, they separate, and when they do, they reveal how incomplete your ordinary sense of awareness really is. One of the clearest examples comes from inattentional blindness. In a famous experiment, people were asked to watch a video of players passing a basketball and count the passes carefully. While they were focused on that task, a person in a gorilla suit walked through the scene. Many viewers did not notice the gorilla at all, even though it was right there in front of their eyes. Their vision received the information, but their conscious experience did not include it, because attention was busy with something else. This does not mean the eyes failed. It means seeing is not only about light entering the eye. The brain must also decide what matters enough to enter awareness, and attention is one of the tools it uses to make that decision. But the opposite can also happen. Something can be consciously present without being the center of attention. Right now, as you listen, you may not be focusing on the feeling of your clothes against your skin, the position of your tongue, the hum of the room, or the softness of your breathing. Yet the moment those things are mentioned, they appear. Were they completely absent before? Not exactly. They were in the background, weakly available, part of a wider field that consciousness can hold without spotlighting every detail. This shows that consciousness is not only a narrow beam, it also has a background, a horizon, a soft surrounding atmosphere. Attention can sharpen one part of it, but awareness may include more than what attention fully grips. This distinction matters because your brain is always selecting, filtering, and prioritizing. If you are searching for your keys on a table, attention makes key-like shapes more important. If you are waiting for a message, the smallest phone vibration may feel louder than the rest of the world. If you are afraid, attention may cling to faces, shadows, noises, and possible danger. Attention is not neutral. It is guided by goals, fear, hunger, memory, habit, and desire. It tells the brain where to spend its energy. Consciousness, however, is the stage on which some of that selected information becomes lived. The two work together, but not perfectly. You can attend without fully knowing. For example, in some experiments, a word or image can be shown so briefly that a person reports not seeing it, yet their brain and behavior may still be influenced by it. They may respond faster to related words afterward, or their choices may be subtly biased. This is called unconscious processing, and it suggests that attention can sometimes boost information without making it fully conscious. The brain may register meaning, prepare a response, or shift expectation before the person has any clear experience of seeing. In other cases, attention can be captured by something that never becomes stable in awareness. A sudden flash, a flicker, a movement at the edge of vision may pull your system toward it. But by the time you turn, the conscious content is gone. You only know that something happened. This is why attention can feel like a hand reaching before the mind has finished seeing. There is also a phenomenon called the attentional blink. If two important targets appear very close together, in a rapid stream of images or letters, people often notice the first one, but miss the second, as if the mind briefly blinked after processing the first target. The eyes did not close. The second target may have reached the visual system, but attention was temporarily occupied, and consciousness failed to catch the next event. This reveals that awareness has timing limits. Your mind may feel continuous, but it is not infinitely open. It samples, selects, stabilizes, and sometimes misses what comes too quickly. Change blindness reveals another side of the same truth. Large changes in a scene can go unnoticed if they happen during a brief interruption, like a flicker or a cut. A building may disappear from a picture, a color may change, an object may move, and many people still fail to notice unless attention is directed to the right place. You do not consciously hold a perfect copy of the visual world. You hold enough to act, enough to feel oriented, enough to believe the scene is complete. Attention fills in the confidence, while consciousness gives you a simplified experience of presence. This is why you often feel as if you are seeing everything clearly, when in truth you are seeing a small amount clearly and assuming the rest. The brain creates a usable world, not a complete one. And yet consciousness is not powerless without attention. Some experiences enter awareness forcefully, even when you are not trying to attend to them. Sudden pain, your name spoken nearby, a loud crash, a strong emotion, or a surprising movement can break into consciousness because the brain treats them as urgent. In those moments, attention is pulled after the fact, as if consciousness becomes the alarm and attention rushes toward the sound. This shows that attention is not always the master. Sometimes conscious experience redirects attention. A feeling appears first, then you turn toward it. A sadness rises, then you begin asking why. A strange body sensation enters awareness, then attention gathers around it. The relationship is circular. Attention shapes consciousness, and consciousness reshapes attention. They are partners, not twins. This also changes how you understand focus. People often think attention is pure control, as if you can simply choose where the mind goes. But attention is partly voluntary and partly automatic. You can choose to read a sentence, but a sudden noise may steal the mind away. You can decide to listen carefully, but a worry may keep returning. You can try to meditate, study, or work, but emotional relevance can pull attention like gravity. Consciousness then becomes the place where this struggle is felt. You feel the intention to stay with one thing and the pull of another. You feel the mind divide. That division is not weakness. It is architecture. The brain is built to serve both goals and surprises, both chosen focus and unexpected importance. If it ignored surprises, you would miss danger. If it chased every surprise, you would never finish a thought. So attention is always balancing control and interruption. Consciousness is where that balance becomes personal. This is why the difference between attention and consciousness matters for everyday life. You may believe that what you are aware of is simply what exists, but much of what you experience depends on what attention has selected. If you spend all day attending to threat, the world may feel threatening. If you attend only to failure, your life may feel like evidence against you. If you attend carefully to small moments of safety, kindness, or bodily ease, a different layer of reality becomes available. This does not mean you can invent the world with attention alone. Reality has limits, but attention decides which parts of reality become loud in your mind. It is the editor of experience, and sometimes it edits so quickly that you mistake the edited version for the whole truth. Consciousness, meanwhile, is the field in which the edited world appears. To become wise is not only to pay attention better, but to notice how attention is shaping what consciousness shows you. You can ask, what am I missing because I am focused on this? You can ask, is this feeling strong because it is true or because my attention keeps feeding it? You can ask, what is present in the background that I have not allowed into awareness? These questions are powerful because they loosen the grip of the spotlight. They remind you that your mind is not a clear window, but an active system with priorities. The most important thing in awareness is not always the most important thing in reality. Sometimes it is only the thing attention has chosen, feared, desired, or repeated. And perhaps this is the quiet freedom hidden inside the science. If attention and consciousness are not the same, then you are not trapped inside the first version of reality your mind presents. You can shift the spotlight, you can widen the field, you can notice the background. You can learn that missing something does not mean it was absent. And focusing on something does not mean it is the whole. So the next time you are certain you saw everything, heard everything, understood everything, pause gently. Your brain may have shown you only the part it selected. Somewhere outside the spotlight, other details may still be waiting, quiet but real. And in that humility, consciousness becomes less like a closed room and more like a landscape. Attention lights one path at a time, but the world is always larger than the beam. The neuroscience of meditation states, a brain in meditation is not doing nothing. It is changing the way it listens to itself. From the outside, meditation may look almost empty. A still body, slower breathing, closed eyes, a person sitting in silence while the room remains exactly the same. But inside the nervous system, silence is not emptiness. It can become a different mode of organization. a different way for attention, emotion, body awareness, and thought to interact. The first mistake people often make is imagining meditation as one single brain state, as if every person who sits quietly enters the same inner weather. In reality, meditation is a family of practices, and different practices can train different mental skills. Focused attention meditation asks the mind to stay with one object, such as the breath, a sound, a visual point, or a repeated phrase, and then return gently whenever distraction pulls it away. Open monitoring meditation asks the mind to observe whatever appears, thoughts, sensations, emotions, sounds, without clinging to one object too tightly. Loving kindness or compassion practices deliberately cultivate warm, prosocial feelings toward oneself and others. Some traditions include mantra repetition, body scanning, movement, or non-dual awareness practices, where the boundary between observer and experience is explored more directly. These are not identical mental exercises, so the brain does not respond to all of them in exactly the same way. In focused attention, areas involved in attention control and conflict monitoring may become more engaged, because the practitioner is repeatedly noticing distraction and returning to the chosen object. This return is not failure, it is the training itself. Each time the mind wanders and comes back, it is practicing the ability to notice where attention has gone. The anterior cingulate cortex, often linked with monitoring conflict and detecting when attention has drifted, and parts of the prefrontal cortex, involved in regulation and goal maintenance, are often discussed in this context. But it is important not to turn this into a cartoon where one brain area does meditation. Meditation is not housed in one spot. It changes patterns of interaction across networks. In open monitoring, the brain may rely less on narrow control and more on balanced awareness of changing experience. Instead of grabbing one thought and building a story around it, the mind learns to notice the thought as an event that appears and dissolves. This can affect how the brain relates to the default mode network, a set of regions often active during self-referential thought, remembering, imagining, and wandering. Many studies suggest that meditation can change activity or connectivity in this network, especially in experienced practitioners, though the details vary across methods and studies. The practical meaning is simple. Meditation may help the brain become less automatically absorbed in repetitive self-talk. It does not erase thinking. It changes the relationship to thinking. A thought can still appear, but it may not seize the whole system as strongly. Emotion is another major part of the neuroscience. When you meditate, especially over repeated practice, you are not only training attention, you may also be training the nervous system to meet emotion with less automatic reaction. The amygdala, often involved in detecting threat and emotional significance, has been studied in relation to meditation and stress. Some research suggests mindfulness training can reduce emotional reactivity or change how strongly the brain responds to stressful images or experiences. But this should be said carefully. Meditation is not a magic shield against fear, grief, anger, or trauma. It does not make the brain permanently peaceful. Instead, it may increase the small gap between stimulus and reaction. A sound happens, a memory rises, a worry appears, and instead of being instantly carried away, the mind may recognize, this is fear, or this is tension, or this is a thought about the future. That recognition can change the next moment. The body is also deeply involved. Meditation is often described as mental, but the brain is never separated from the body. Slow, steady breathing can influence the autonomic nervous system, the system that helps regulate heart rate, arousal, digestion, and stress responses. Attention to the breath or body can increase interoceptive awareness, the ability to sense internal signals like heartbeat, tightness, warmth, pressure, or restlessness. The insula, a brain region often linked with internal body awareness, appears frequently in meditation research. When body awareness becomes clearer, emotions may become easier to notice earlier before they turn into full stories. You might sense anxiety as pressure in the chest before the mind turns it into a catastrophe. You might notice irritation as heat in the face before it becomes sharp words. This is one reason meditation can feel quiet but powerful. It trains the brain to detect the first waves of a state before the storm fully forms. Brain rhythms are another window into meditation states. Studies have reported changes in patterns such as alpha, theta, and sometimes gamma activity, depending on the practice, the practitioner's experience, and how the measurement is done. Alpha activity is often associated with relaxed wakefulness and the filtering of irrelevant information. Theta can be linked with internal attention, memory, and drowsiness in some contexts. Gamma has been discussed in relation to highly trained meditators and states of intense integration or compassion practice, though it should not be treated as a simple enlightenment signal. Brain rhythms are not spiritual badges. They are changing patterns of neural coordination. Their meaning depends on context. A calm-looking brain signal does not automatically mean wisdom, and an unusual rhythm does not automatically mean a deep realization. Good science is slower and more careful than that. It asks what kind of practice, what kind of person, what kind of task, what kind of measurement, and what kind of change over time. This matters because meditation is sometimes sold with exaggerated promises. Real meditation research is promising but not simple. Some people benefit from reduced stress, improved attention, better emotion regulation, or greater self-awareness. Others may find meditation difficult, boring, uncomfortable, or even destabilizing, especially if intense practice brings painful memories or dissociation closer to the surface. The brain is not a machine you can force into peace by sitting still. It is a living system with history. Practice, guidance, mental health, sleep, culture, expectation, and personal nervous system differences all matter. The most honest view is that meditation is a trainable set of attentional and emotional skills that can change the brain over time. But it is not a universal cure and not a shortcut around human complexity. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change with repeated experience, is central here. If you repeatedly practice noticing distraction and returning, the brain may become better at returning. If you repeatedly practice observing emotions without immediately reacting, the brain may become better at pausing. If you repeatedly practice compassion, the brain may strengthen patterns related to empathy, warmth, and social connection. The practice becomes experience, and experience becomes wiring, not instantly, not perfectly, but gradually, like a path becoming clearer, because it has been walked many times. This is why the ordinary repetition of meditation matters more than dramatic moments. A single peaceful session may feel beautiful, but the deeper change often comes from thousands of quiet returns. Breath after breath, thought after thought. Distraction after distraction, the mind wanders and the practitioner returns. The body tightens and the practitioner notices. An emotion rises and the practitioner makes room. Over time, the brain may learn that not every signal needs panic, not every thought needs obedience, not every feeling needs a story. And maybe this is the deepest neuroscience of meditation states. They reveal that consciousness is trainable from within. You cannot directly reach into the brain and move its networks by hand, but you can give it repeated patterns of attention. You can change what it practices, and what the brain practices, it tends to become better at doing. Meditation does not remove you from life. It changes how life is processed when it enters you. The sound is still heard, the pain is still felt, the memory still appears, the world still moves, but the mind may become less trapped by its first reaction. So the next time you see someone sitting quietly, do not imagine an empty mind. Imagine a living brain learning a different relationship with experience, shifting from grasping to noticing, from automatic reaction to patient awareness, from being dragged by every wave to learning the rhythm of the sea. The room may look still, but inside, the nervous system may be practicing one of the most subtle skills a human being can learn: how to remain awake without being ruled by everything that appears. Psychedelic research and brain network changes. A psychedelic brain does not simply become more colorful. It may temporarily become less obedient to its usual borders. In ordinary waking life, the brain works through networks that tend to specialize. Some systems support vision, some track body signals, some help with attention, some help organize memory, some are active when you think about yourself, your past, your future, and the story of who you are. These networks do not operate like separate islands, because the brain is always communicating with itself, but they usually keep a certain structure, a certain discipline, a familiar pattern of cooperation and separation. Psychedelic research has become so interesting because substances such as psilocybin and LSD, when studied under controlled clinical or laboratory conditions, seem to temporarily change that pattern. They do not just add hallucinations in a simple sense. They appear to alter how large-scale brain networks communicate, how rigid or flexible those networks become, and how strongly the mind holds on to its usual models of self and world. This does not mean psychedelics are safe toys, miracle cures, or shortcuts to wisdom. They can be psychologically intense, legally restricted in many places, risky for some people, and should not be treated casually. But in research settings with screening, preparation, support, and careful monitoring, they have opened a rare scientific window into how consciousness can change when the brain's usual network organization is loosened. One of the most discussed systems in this research is the default mode network, a set of connected brain regions often involved in self-related thought, autobiographical memory, imagining the future, and the inner narration that keeps pulling experience back toward me and my story. In depression, anxiety, and rumination, parts of self-focused thought can become repetitive, like a mental path walked so many times that it deepens into a trench. Psychedelic studies have found that during the acute psychedelic state, the usual coordination within this self-related network can be disrupted or reduced, while communication between networks that do not normally exchange as much information may increase. In simple language, the brain may become less locked into its ordinary neighborhoods. Regions that usually speak mostly to their own group may begin communicating more widely. The normal boundaries between perception, memory, emotion, and self-related thought may soften. This may help explain why people sometimes report unusual connections, intensified meaning, altered time, vivid imagery, emotional release, or a sense that the usual self has become less solid. But it is important to say this carefully. A changed brain network does not automatically mean healing, truth, or insight. The brain can become more flexible in a way that is meaningful, but also overwhelming. A door opening is not the same as knowing how to walk through it. This is why the therapeutic context matters so much. In many modern clinical studies, the psychedelic session is not treated as a drug effect alone, but as part of a larger process that includes preparation before the session and integration afterward. Preparation helps the person understand what may happen and feel safer. Support during the session helps reduce panic and confusion. Integration afterward helps turn intense experience into practical meaning, rather than leaving it as a powerful but unprocessed memory. The brain network changes may create a period of psychological flexibility, but therapy and environment may help guide what that flexibility becomes. Without support, the same openness could become fear, confusion, or avoidance. With careful support, some people may be able to revisit painful patterns from a different angle, feel emotions that were previously locked away, or step outside a rigid self-story long enough to imagine another way of living. Researchers sometimes describe this as increased neural and psychological flexibility. The idea is not that psychedelics erase suffering, but that they may temporarily reduce the grip of entrenched patterns, allowing new learning to occur. One way to picture it is not as breaking the brain, but as softening the snow on a mountain where thought has been sliding down the same tracks for years. For a short time, new paths may become easier to form, yet the new path still has to be walked, repeated, supported, and made real in ordinary life. Brain imaging studies have also suggested that psychedelics can increase the diversity or complexity of brain activity, meaning the brain may explore a wider range of patterns than usual. This fits with the subjective reports of thoughts becoming less linear, images becoming more fluid, and distant ideas suddenly feeling connected. Under normal conditions, The brain's organization is efficient because it has to help you function, answer messages, avoid danger, follow routines, maintain identity, remember obligations. But efficiency can also become rigidity. If a person is trapped in repetitive self-criticism, trauma loops, addiction patterns, or depressive rumination, the brain's familiar roots may feel like a prison. Psychedelic research asks whether temporarily changing network organization can help loosen that prison. Early clinical trials with psilocybin-assisted therapy have shown promising results for some people with depression, end-of-life distress, and other conditions, but the field is still developing. Sample sizes are often limited. Expectations can influence outcomes. Blinding is difficult because people can usually tell when they have received a psychedelic, and long-term effects need more careful study. Real science does not become less exciting when it admits uncertainty. It becomes more trustworthy. The interesting fact is not that psychedelics are magical, but that altering a specific chemical system in the brain, especially serotonin-related signaling, can produce such large changes in perception, emotion, and network communication. Many classic psychedelics act strongly on a type of serotonin receptor found widely in the cortex, and this may increase the brain's sensitivity to internally generated signals, loosen high-level expectations, and allow perception and meaning to reorganize in unusual ways. That may be why a person can look at a simple object and feel it as profound, or revisit a memory not as a cold fact, but as a living emotional landscape. The world may not have changed, but the brain's way of modeling the world has. This is where psychedelic research connects to a deeper question about consciousness. How much of your ordinary reality is held together by network boundaries you never notice? Your sense of self, your emotional habits, your assumptions about what matters, your feeling that the world is stable and obvious. All of these may depend on the brain repeatedly organizing experience in familiar ways. Psychedelics show that when that organization shifts, the entire texture of experience can shift with it. Colors may feel more intense, music may seem emotionally layered, memories may feel unusually close, and the boundary between self and environment may feel less sharp. Again, none of this proves that the person is seeing a deeper reality in a literal sense. It proves that the brain can generate a different mode of reality experience when its networks communicate differently. And that is already astonishing. It means the ordinary mind is not the only possible arrangement of awareness. It is one stable arrangement among others. But because these states can be powerful, they also deserve caution. Psychedelics can increase anxiety, bring up difficult memories, destabilize vulnerable people, or interact badly with certain mental health conditions. People with personal or family histories of psychosis or bipolar disorder are often excluded from trials because of concern about risk. This is why responsible research does not treat the experience as entertainment. It treats it as a serious alteration of consciousness that requires structure, ethics, and care. The debate now is not only whether psychedelics change the brain, because evidence clearly suggests they do. The deeper debate is what those changes mean, how long they last, who benefits, who may be harmed, which network shifts matter most, and how therapy, expectation, culture, and biology combine to shape the outcome. Maybe the most honest lesson from psychedelic brain research is that the mind is both more flexible and more fragile than it feels. The networks that keep you stable also keep you confined. The patterns that protect identity can also trap identity. The self is not a stone statue in the brain. It is a living pattern, held together by communication, prediction, memory, and emotional habit. Psychedelics, in controlled studies, seem to briefly disturb that pattern, and in that disturbance, some people find fear, some find beauty, some find confusion, and some find a chance to change. So when you hear about psychedelic research, do not reduce it to glowing colors or dramatic visions. The real story is quieter and more profound. Scientists are watching the brain's familiar architecture become temporarily less rigid and asking whether that loosened architecture can help suffering minds learn new forms, not by escaping biology, but by revealing how deeply experience depends on the way the brain's networks speak to one another. And perhaps that is what makes this research so compelling. It suggests that the world you know is not only built from what you see, but from the patterns your brain keeps repeating until they feel like reality. Ego dissolution and self-model breakdown. The self can disappear without the body going anywhere. You may still have hands, a name, memories, a face, a history, and a room around you. Yet the familiar center that usually says, "This is me," can begin to loosen, as if the mind has stopped holding its own portrait in place. This is what people often mean by ego dissolution. Not the death of the person, not the destruction of the brain, not proof that the self was never useful, but a temporary weakening of the ordinary self-model that organizes experience around I, me, and mine. In everyday life, the self feels like one solid thing. You wake up and feel like the same person who went to sleep. You look at your hands and know they are yours. You remember a childhood event and place it inside your story. You make a choice and feel most of the time that you are the one choosing. But neuroscience and psychology suggest that this sense of self is not one single object hidden inside the head. It is a layered construction. There is a bodily self, the feeling of being located in this body. There is an emotional self, the sense that these feelings belong to you. There is an autobiographical self, made from memory, identity, relationships, wounds, achievements, and the story you keep telling about your life. There is also a social self, shaped by how you imagine others see you. Most of the time, these layers work together so smoothly that they feel like one continuous me. Ego dissolution happens when some of that unity softens. The usual border between self and world may feel less sharp. The inner narrator may grow quiet. Personal worries may lose their grip. A person may feel merged with music, nature, another person, or the wider flow of experience. In some cases, this can feel peaceful, vast, even deeply meaningful. In other cases, it can be frightening, disorienting, or overwhelming, especially if it happens suddenly or without a safe context. That difference is important. Ego dissolution is not automatically wisdom. A weakened self-boundary can feel liberating when the mind feels safe, but terrifying when the mind feels threatened. The same loosening that allows someone to feel connected can also make someone feel ungrounded. This is why the setting, emotional state, mental health history, and support around the experience matter so much. In psychedelic research, ego dissolution is often discussed because some participants under substances like psilocybin or LSD report a reduced sense of separateness, a fading of personal identity, or a feeling that the usual self has opened into something larger. Researchers have linked these reports with changes in brain networks involved in self-reference, attention, emotion, and meaning-making. But it is crucial not to exaggerate. Brain imaging does not show a tiny ego center switching off. The self is not stored in one place like a file. It is maintained by patterns across many systems. When those patterns change, the feeling of being a separate, defended self can change too. Some theories suggest that the brain normally keeps a strong model of me because it helps organize prediction and survival. It tells the organism what belongs to the body, what threatens it, what it wants, what it remembers, what it should protect. The ego in this sense is not simply arrogance or vanity. It is a practical tool. It helps you pay bills, avoid danger, answer to your name, learn from the past, and plan for the future. Without some self-model, ordinary life would become chaotic. But the self-model can also become too rigid. It can trap a person inside old stories. I am broken. I am unlovable. I always fail. I must control everything. I am separate from everyone. When ego dissolution happens in a supportive and meaningful context, some people report that these rigid stories temporarily lose their authority. They may see themselves less as a fixed identity and more as a changing process. They may feel grief without the usual resistance, love without the usual defensiveness, or memory without the same tight ownership. This can be powerful because suffering is often not only pain itself, but the way pain becomes tied to identity. There is pain, and then there is the sentence, "This pain is who I am." Ego dissolution can sometimes interrupt that sentence. But again, interruption is not the same as healing. The experience must be understood, integrated, and lived afterward. A temporary state does not automatically become a transformed life. This is why serious researchers and clinicians are cautious. They study not only the peak experience, but what happens before and after it. Did the person feel safe? Was there preparation? Was there support afterward? Did the experience reduce symptoms, increase flexibility, or simply create a dramatic memory? These questions matter because intense experiences can be misinterpreted. A person might believe they discovered an absolute truth when they actually passed through an altered state of brain and mind. Or they might dismiss a meaningful psychological opening because it sounds too strange to describe. The balanced view is more honest. Ego dissolution is a real subjective phenomenon, often associated with altered brain dynamics and reduced ordinary self-boundaries. But its meaning depends on context, interpretation, and long-term change. It also appears in different forms outside psychedelics. Some advanced meditation practices describe moments where the usual observer feels less separate from experience. Extreme awe, such as standing before a vast landscape or hearing overwhelming music, can shrink the personal self and make a person feel part of something larger. Trauma and panic can also disturb the self-model, but in a painful way, producing feelings of unreality, detachment, or loss of control. These examples show that less self is not one thing. It can be beautiful, neutral, or terrifying depending on how it occurs. The brain does not simply remove the ego and reveal paradise. It changes the balance between body, memory, emotion, attention, and meaning. What emerges depends on the whole person. Perhaps the most important lesson is that the self is both necessary and flexible. You need a self to live, but you do not need every self-story to be permanent. You need boundaries, but not walls so thick that nothing can touch you. You need identity, but not a prison made from old pain. Ego dissolution becomes fascinating because it shows that the I you protect so fiercely is not as fixed as it feels. It can tighten, soften, expand, contract, disappear for a moment, and return. And when it returns, it may return slightly changed, sometimes with more humility, sometimes with more confusion, sometimes with a deeper appreciation for ordinary groundedness. Because after the self dissolves, even briefly, the simple act of being a person can feel different. Your name comes back. Your body feels like home again. The room has edges. Time has direction. Responsibilities return. But somewhere beneath them, you may carry the memory that the self is not a stone at the center of existence. It is a pattern, a useful pattern, a fragile pattern, a story the brain and body keep updating so you can move through the world. And maybe the deepest question is not how to destroy the ego, but how to hold it lightly enough that it serves life instead of swallowing it. The self is not the enemy. The problem begins when the self forgets that it is a model and starts pretending to be the whole universe. Ego dissolution, at its most meaningful, does not erase you. It reminds you that you were never only the borders you learned to defend, dream memory, and why it disappears. A dream can feel enormous while you are inside it, then disappear in the morning like smoke, leaving no fingerprints. You may wake with the certainty that something intense just happened. A chase, a conversation, a face, a place that felt strangely important. But by the time your hand reaches for the phone or your feet touch the floor, the details begin to collapse. The story breaks first, then the images fade. Then only a mood remains, a thin emotional stain with no clear scene attached to it. This is not because dreams are meaningless, and it is not because your brain is careless. Dream memory disappears because remembering is not automatic. For an experience to become a stable memory, the brain has to encode it, connect it, and later retrieve it. And sleep is a strange condition for all three. During many dreams, especially vivid ones, parts of the brain involved in emotion, imagery, and association can be highly active, while systems that help organize events into clear, logical, Time-stamped memories may not work in the same waking way. A dream can therefore feel powerful as it happens, but fail to be stored like an ordinary event. It is like watching a film in a theater where the projector is bright, the sound is intense, and the emotions are real, but no one is properly saving the recording. When you wake, you are left with fragments, because the experience was not packaged for memory in the way waking life usually is. One important piece of this puzzle is the hippocampus, a brain structure deeply involved in forming memories of events. In waking life, the hippocampus helps bind together where you were, what happened, what came before, what came after, and why it mattered. But during sleep, the hippocampus is not simply recording dreams as clean episodes. It is also involved in the brain's broader nighttime work of memory processing, sorting, strengthening, and reorganizing pieces of experience. The dream itself may be built from fragments of memory, but that does not mean the dream becomes a memory. This is why dream scenes can be vivid yet slippery. They borrow from memory without always becoming memory. They may contain your old school, a stranger's face, a fear from yesterday, and a place that never existed, all woven together in a way that feels real for a moment, but lacks the stable anchors that help waking memories survive. Another reason dreams vanish is chemistry. During certain stages of sleep, levels of some brain chemicals linked with alertness and memory stability are different from waking life. For example, norepinephrine, a chemical associated with arousal, attention, and memory tagging, is very low during REM sleep. This may help the brain process emotion in a safer, less reactive state, but it may also make dream experiences harder to store in a strong, waking-style form. In simple terms, the brain may be emotionally alive during a dream, but not chemically set up to preserve every detail. That is why you can wake from a dream feeling shaken, peaceful, guilty, or full of longing, while the actual plot disappears. Emotion may survive because it is easier to carry than structure. The mood is the last leaf on the branch after the story has fallen away. Waking itself can also destroy dream memory. The moment you open your eyes, the brain is flooded with new tasks. Locating the body, recognizing the room, checking the time, remembering the day, responding to light, sound, temperature, and responsibilities. Waking perception is loud. It overwrites the delicate dream trace very quickly. If you move, speak, check messages, or start thinking about the day, the dream may vanish because it was never strongly fixed. This is why people often remember dreams better when they wake naturally, remain still, and gently hold the first fragment that remains. A single image can act like a thread. If you pull it slowly, more of the dream may return. The room, the person, the feeling, the event before it. But if you grab too hard or rush into waking activity, the thread breaks. Dream recall is not only about having dreams, it is about catching them during the fragile transition before waking life covers them. Some people remember dreams often, while others rarely do. This difference may involve sleep patterns, awakenings during the night, personality, attention to inner experience, stress, and simple habit. People who wake up during or shortly after a dream are more likely to remember it, because the dream is closer to waking consciousness. People who keep dream journals often improve recall, not because they suddenly dream more, but because they train the brain to treat dreams as worth remembering. Attention is a signal of importance. If you repeatedly ask the mind for dream content in the morning, the mind may become better at preserving it. But even strong dream recall is selective. You do not remember every dream, just as you do not remember every waking moment. The brain is always choosing what to keep, and dreams often lose that competition because they do not carry the same practical demands as waking events. You do not need to remember every dream to survive the day. You do need to remember where you live, what your obligations are, and whether you left the stove on. The brain is built for usefulness before poetry. Still, dreams can matter even when they disappear. A forgotten dream may have participated in emotional processing, memory recombination, or creative association without becoming a clear, reportable story. The value of a dream is not always measured by whether you can retell it. Sleep itself changes the brain even when you remember nothing. A dream may be like a wave that reshapes the shore at night, leaving no visible wave behind in the morning, only a slightly different coastline. This is why waking up with a mood you cannot explain can feel so strange. The dream may be gone, but the emotional system has not fully reset. You carry the echo without the source, and this teaches something important about memory in general. Remembering is not simply replaying the past. It is reconstruction. Even when you recall a dream, you may be rebuilding it from fragments, filling gaps, arranging images into a story that makes sense after waking. That does not mean the memory is fake. It means memory is creative. Dream memory is especially creative because the original experience was unstable, associative, and often disconnected from waking logic. The more you tell the dream, the more it can become a shaped story, sometimes clearer than it ever was inside sleep. In this way, dream recall sits between discovery and invention. You are finding traces, but also organizing them. You are translating a nighttime language into daytime grammar, and much is lost in translation. Perhaps that is why dreams feel so haunting when they disappear. They remind you that not every experience you have becomes part of your biography. Some parts of your mind live for a moment and vanish before the waking self can claim them. You may spend hours each night inside worlds you will never know you visited. You may feel fear, wonder, love, confusion, and beauty, then wake with no record at all. The self that opens its eyes in the morning is not the only self that existed through the night. It is simply the one who gets to remember. So the next time a dream fades while you are trying to hold it, do not treat the fading as failure. It is part of the nature of dreaming. The sleeping mind was never designed only to produce stories for morning. It was doing deeper, quieter work with memory, emotion, and imagination. If a fragment remains, honor it gently. If nothing remains, know that the night was not empty. Somewhere behind the closed door of sleep, your brain built worlds, felt them, moved through them, and let most of them go. And maybe that is the secret tenderness of dream memory. It shows that experience does not have to be permanent to be real. Some inner worlds are made only to exist for a little while, then dissolve, leaving behind not a record, but a faint change in the way you wake, false awakenings, and nested dream realities. The strangest dream is not the one where you fly, fall, or meet impossible people. It is the one where you wake up, believe the dream is over, and only later discover that waking was part of the dream too. You open your eyes, see your room, feel the bed beneath you, maybe check the time, maybe reach for your phone, maybe begin the small, ordinary ritual of morning, and everything seems normal enough to trust. Then a detail bends. The light is wrong. The door leads somewhere it should not. A message on the screen keeps changing. Your reflection looks slightly delayed, or you wake again, this time more sharply, with the unsettling realization that the first awakening was false. This is called a false awakening, and it can be one of the most convincing tricks the sleeping brain can create, because it does not place you in a fantasy landscape. It places you inside the most familiar scene you know, the beginning of your own waking life. That is what makes it so powerful. A dragon in a dream may be strange enough to question, but your own bedroom is difficult to doubt. Your brain knows its layout, its textures, its routines, the feeling of waking there, the sequence of habits that usually follow. So it can build a convincing version of morning from memory and expectation, and because the scene is so ordinary, the mind may accept it without resistance. In a false awakening, the dream does not announce itself as a dream. It wears the mask of reality. You may dream that you got out of bed, brushed your teeth, answered a message, prepared for work, or told someone about the dream you just had, only to wake again and realize none of it happened. Sometimes these awakenings can stack into nested dream realities, where you wake from one dream into another, and then another, each layer feeling like the final return until it also begins to crack. This can feel eerie, even disturbing, because waking is supposed to be the escape from illusion. When waking itself becomes uncertain, the mind loses one of its deepest anchors. The science behind false awakenings is still not fully settled, but but they are often understood as part of the blurred boundary between dreaming and waking, especially when the brain is close to waking but not fully out of the dream state. The brain may begin activating the expectation of morning before the body has truly awakened. It uses familiar memory templates: the bed, the room, the phone, the bathroom, the clock, the sense of "I am awake now." In other words, the dream simulates not just a place, but a transition. It imitates the act of waking itself. This shows how much of ordinary waking depends on prediction and routine. You do not wake up each day by examining every object from scratch. You recognize the room almost instantly because the brain expects it. You know where the wall is, where the door is, where your phone usually rests, what morning should feel like. A false awakening borrows that expectation and turns it into scenery. It is a dream built from the brain's model of normality. That is why it can feel more realistic than a typical dream. It may contain fewer impossible events at first. It may be quiet, domestic, repetitive, almost boring. But that boring realism is the trap. The mind trusts what feels familiar. Nested dreams deepen the puzzle because each awakening seems to restore certainty. The first dream may be bizarre, then you wake and feel relieved. But if that awakening is also a dream, your relief becomes part of the illusion. Then you wake again, and the brain repeats the same emotional reset. Now it is over. Now I am awake. Now reality has returned. This layering can create a strange philosophical feeling, not because it proves reality is a dream, but because it reveals how waking certainty is experienced from the inside. You do not usually prove you are awake. You feel awake. You trust a pattern, stable space, consistent memory, controllable body, ordinary rules, continuity with your life. False awakenings imitate enough of that pattern to fool you. They show that the feeling of reality is not a stamp placed only on the real world. It is a mental quality the brain can sometimes attach to a dream. The dream feels real because the brain is generating the signs by which you normally judge realness. This is why false awakenings are often connected with lucid dreaming. Some people learn to use them as cues. If they wake and something is slightly off, they perform a reality check, reading text twice, looking at a clock, trying to remember how they got there, or noticing whether the room behaves consistently. In a dream, text may shift, clocks may change strangely, and memory of the last few minutes may feel foggy. These checks are not magical, but they train the mind to question automatic certainty. And sometimes, inside a false awakening, that questioning can trigger lucidity. The person realizes, I am still dreaming. The bedroom remains, but it is no longer trusted in the same way. The ordinary room becomes a doorway into awareness. Yet false awakenings can also be stressful, especially when they repeat. A person may feel trapped in a loop, waking again and again, without knowing which layer is real. This can be especially frightening if it combines with anxiety, sleep disruption, or a sense of urgency. Like dreaming that you are late, that you have already started the day, that you sent a message, that something important happened, only to wake and have to begin again. The emotional force comes from violated trust. Morning is supposed to be dependable. The brain uses it as a reset point. When the reset point becomes unstable, the dream touches something deeper than fantasy. It makes you question the reliability of transition itself. Still, false awakenings are not signs that reality is broken, and they are not evidence that the mind has escaped into another dimension. They are better understood as the brain's capacity to simulate context, routine, and self-location with surprising precision. The sleeping brain does not only invent monsters and impossible landscapes, it can also imitate the most ordinary parts of life because ordinary life is stored deeply in memory. Your morning routine may be so familiar that the brain can run it as a dream script. Your room may be so well mapped that the brain can recreate it. Your expectation of waking may be so strong that it becomes the content of the dream. This is what makes nested dream realities so fascinating. They are dreams about the boundary between dreams and reality. They are the mind rehearsing its own exit, then mistaking the rehearsal for the exit itself. And perhaps they teach something quiet about waking life. Much of what you call real is supported by consistency. The world stays in place, objects behave, memories connect. Other people confirm the same environment. Your body responds predictably. Dreams fail because they usually cannot maintain that consistency for long. A false awakening lasts as long as the imitation holds. When the details begin to drift, reality testing returns. The clock changes. The room rearranges. The body feels too late. The story has no proper beginning. Then the mind notices the seam. In waking life, the seams are harder to find because the external world keeps correcting the brain. That correction is one reason waking is stable. But false awakenings remind you that the feeling of stability can be simulated, at least briefly. They do not make waking life less real. They make the brain more astonishing. They show that reality, as experienced, is not just the world pressing into the mind. It is also the mind recognizing a world and deciding it has returned. So if you ever wake, begin your day, and then wake again, do not treat it only as a strange glitch. See it as a rare glimpse into the machinery of certainty. Your brain built a morning before morning arrived. It gave you a room, a body, a routine, a sense of return, and for a while you believed it. Then the real morning came, or at least the one that stayed consistent, and you carried back the uneasy knowledge that waking is not only an event. It is a judgment the brain makes, and most days, thankfully, the judgment holds. The boundary between imagination and perception. The line between imagining something and perceiving something is not a wall. It is a judgment your brain keeps making in real time. You may think the difference is obvious. Perception is what comes from the world. Imagination is what comes from you. A chair in front of you is seen. A chair in your mind is imagined. A real voice enters the ears. An inner voice belongs to thought. But the brain does not receive reality with labels already attached. It has to decide where an experience came from. Did this sound come from outside, or was it generated internally? Did this image come from the eyes or from memory? Did this feeling belong to the present moment, or did an old association give it extra force? Most of the time, the answer is fast and accurate enough that life feels simple. You know the difference between a real dog barking in the street and the memory of a dog barking yesterday. You know the difference between seeing a friend across the room and picturing that friend when you miss them. But the boundary is not as absolute as it feels. Imagination and perception use some overlapping brain systems, especially when imagery is vivid. When you picture a face, your visual brain may become active in ways related to seeing, though usually weaker, less detailed, and more dependent on your control. When you imagine a song, auditory regions can participate even though no sound waves are entering the ears. When you rehearse a movement, motor planning systems may partially activate, even if your body stays still. This is why imagination can affect the body. Picture biting into a lemon, and your mouth may respond. Imagine an argument, and your heartbeat may change. Mentally rehearse a speech, and tension may gather in your chest before any audience exists. The body does not always wait for the outside world. It responds to the brain's simulation of the world. Yet perception is usually different because it is constrained by incoming signals. A real object pushes back against your interpretation. It stays when you stop imagining it. It has details you did not choose. You can look away and return, and it is still there with a consistency your private imagery rarely maintains. Imagination is usually more flexible, more fragile, more influenced by intention. If you picture a red apple, you can turn it green, make it float, cut it open, or dissolve it. If you look at a real apple, you can imagine changes, but the sensory evidence keeps correcting you. This ongoing correction is one of the brain's main tools for separating inner from outer. Perception has stubbornness. Imagination has obedience, though not always perfect obedience. Sometimes imagined images appear without being invited. Memories intrude, songs repeat in the mind. Worries play themselves like unwanted films, and the boundary becomes emotionally difficult even when you know what is real. A person with anxiety may imagine a future disaster so vividly that the body reacts as if danger is already near. A grieving person may almost hear the voice of someone they lost, not because they are choosing fantasy, but because memory and longing can activate perception-like patterns. A person falling asleep may briefly see images with no external object. A person under stress or sensory deprivation may become more vulnerable to internally generated experience. These examples do not mean imagination and perception are the same. They mean the brain must constantly perform source monitoring, the process of deciding whether a mental event came from the outside world, from memory, from thought, from dream, or from expectation. When source monitoring works smoothly, imagination remains imagination. When it is strained, the mind may misplace the origin of its own creations. This is part of why hallucinations can feel real to people who experience them. A hallucinated voice is not merely a weak thought that someone chooses to believe. In some cases, the brain may generate speech-like experience and assign it an external source. The person does not only think the voice, they hear it as if it arrives. This is a serious and complex phenomenon that can appear in many contexts, including neurological conditions, psychiatric illness, grief, sleep transitions, certain substances, or extreme stress. It should not be romanticized or mocked. It shows how deeply the feeling of reality depends on the brain's ability to mark experience with the correct origin. There is another clue in the difference between people. Some individuals have very vivid mental imagery, almost as if they can see internally with strong detail. Others have aphantasia, meaning they report little or no voluntary visual imagery. If you ask them to picture an apple, they may know what an apple is, describe it, remember facts about it, but not see it in the mind's eye. This does not mean they lack imagination or creativity. Many aphantasic people think richly in words, concepts, spatial understanding, or other forms. On the other side, people with hyperphantasia may experience internal imagery that is unusually vivid. These differences reveal that imagination is not one universal inner screen. The mind can represent absent things in many ways, and the strength of imagery varies widely. This matters because the boundary between imagination and perception may feel different depending on how vivid a person's inner world is. For one person, mental images may be faint suggestions. For another, they may be almost cinematic, but even vivid imagery usually lacks the full stability, detail, and sensory authority of perception. You can test this gently. Imagine a page of text and try to read every word clearly. For most people, the image collapses. Look at a real page and the words remain. Imagine a room and count the exact objects without changing them. The room may shift under attention. Enter a real room and the objects can be inspected one by one. Perception allows discovery. Imagination often depends more on construction, but the two are always interacting. When you look at a cloud and see a face, perception provides the cloud. Imagination supplies the face-like meaning. When you hear a word in a noisy place, perception gives partial sound. Expectation helps complete it. When you recognize a friend from far away, the brain uses a few visual clues and fills the rest with memory. The boundary is therefore not between a pure outside and a pure inside. It is a collaboration with different amounts of external evidence and internal contribution. Waking life works because the collaboration is usually well calibrated. You do not need perfect information. You need reliable enough information. Problems arise when internal expectation becomes too strong or external evidence becomes too weak. In darkness, uncertainty gives imagination more room. In fear, threat-related interpretations become louder. In grief, memory can press against the present. In loneliness, the mind may become more sensitive to signs of presence. In creativity, this same looseness can become useful rather than frightening. Artists, inventors, writers, and musicians often work near the boundary, turning internal images into external forms so others can perceive them too. A painting begins as something imagined, then becomes visible. A melody begins silently, then becomes sound. A story begins in one mind, then enters another through language. Culture itself is partly imagination made shareable. That is one of the most beautiful things about the boundary. It is not only a risk, it is a bridge. If imagination were completely sealed away from perception, humans could not build worlds together. We could not design cities before they existed, comfort someone by describing a future, learn from stories, practice possibilities, or transform memory into meaning. The same brain capacity that can blur reality under stress also allows you to create, plan, empathize, and hope. The challenge is not to kill imagination, but to know when it is serving perception and when it is replacing it too aggressively. This is why reality testing matters. You compare your impression with evidence. You ask whether others perceive the same thing. You return to the object. You check consistency. You slow down before trusting the most emotionally powerful version of a thought. The brain's first version of reality is not always the final one. And perhaps the deepest lesson is that perception is not passive and imagination is not unreal. Perception is imagination disciplined by the world. Imagination is perception freed from immediate evidence. They are different modes of the same living mind. One anchored, one open, one corrected by what is present, one guided by what could be. So the next time you picture someone's face, hear your inner voice, anticipate a future conversation, or mistake a shadow for a figure before realizing what it is, notice the quiet intelligence at work. Your brain is sorting origins, weighing evidence, building and checking, letting the inner and outer worlds touch without fully merging. And in that delicate boundary, you can see something profound about being human. You do not live only in the world that enters through your senses, and you do not live only in the world you invent. You live where the two meet, where reality gives the mind something to hold, and imagination gives reality meaning, possibility, and depth. Why being awake may be more constructed than it feels. Waking up feels like returning to reality, but it may be more like entering the brain's most stable construction. You open your eyes, the room appears, the body feels located, the day has a direction, your name belongs to you, objects stay where they should, and everything seems too solid to question. A chair is a chair, the wall is a wall. Morning is morning, compared with dreams, hallucinations, anesthesia, or altered states. Waking life feels like the obvious one, the real one, the condition that needs no explanation. But neuroscience makes that confidence more interesting, not less. Being awake is not just having the eyes open or the brain turned on. It is a carefully maintained state in which many systems cooperate to create a world that feels continuous, reliable, and shared. Your brain must regulate alertness, filter sensory input, stabilize vision, locate the body, organize memory, predict what objects are, place events in time, and keep correcting itself against the outside world. When all of that works smoothly, you do not experience construction. You experience reality. That is the trick. The better the construction works, the less constructed it feels. Consider vision first. Your eyes do not glide across the world like a camera on a smooth rail. They jump several times each second in tiny movements called saccades. During those jumps, the image on the retina shifts rapidly, and yet you do not see the world smear or leap. The brain suppresses some of the blur and stitches the scene together so that the room appears stable. You feel as if you are seeing a continuous world, but your visual experience is partly an edited product of brief samples, predictions, and corrections. Even blinking should interrupt reality again and again, yet most of the time you do not experience black gaps. The brain protects continuity because continuity is useful. You need a world that holds still long enough for action. You need to reach for a glass without wondering whether the whole room vanished during a blink. This does not mean the world is fake. It means the experience of a smooth world is actively stabilized. The outside world provides resistance and structure, but the brain makes it livable. Time is also constructed more than it feels. Sounds, sights, and touches travel through different pathways and are processed at different speeds. Yet experience usually arrives as one synchronized present. If someone claps their hands, you see the movement and hear the sound as belonging together, even though the brain must coordinate signals that do not reach awareness in exactly the same way. Your now is not a perfect instant. It is a small window of integration, a carefully balanced moment where the brain binds events together so the world does not feel fragmented. This is why certain illusions can make one event feel earlier or later than it was, or make a flash and a sound seem connected when they are timed in just the right way. The waking present feels immediate, but it is slightly assembled. It is not a raw point. It is a living compromise between speed and coherence. The same is true for objects. When you look at a cup, you do not consciously calculate its shape from every angle, every shadow, every edge. You recognize it almost instantly because the brain brings a stored model to the sensory evidence. It knows what cups usually are, how they behave, how they can be held, what they are for. A cup is not only a patch of color and shape, it is an object with meaning, use, weight, expectation, and history. Waking perception is full of these meanings. You do not see neutral surfaces first, and then slowly add interpretation. Much of the interpretation arrives with the seeing. A door appears as something you can open. A staircase appears as something you can climb. A face appears as someone looking, judging, feeling, or needing. The brain builds a world of possibilities for action, not a museum of raw sensations. This is why waking reality feels so solid. It is tied to action. You can test it. You can touch the table, walk across the room, pick up the cup, open the door, ask another person what they see. The dream world can feel vivid, but waking life keeps answering back. It corrects you with gravity, texture, resistance, other people, consequences. That constant correction is one of the strongest anchors of wakefulness. Your brain constructs experience, but the external world keeps negotiating with it. Being awake also depends on the body's internal state. Alertness is supported by systems in the brainstem, hypothalamus, thalamus, and cortex, along with chemical messengers that help regulate wakefulness, attention, motivation, and readiness. When these systems are strong, the world feels sharp and available. When they weaken through fatigue, illness, sleep loss, or medication, waking can become foggy, unstable, irritable, or dreamlike. You know this from ordinary life. After a sleepless night, the same room can feel flatter, sounds can feel harsher, emotions can become harder to regulate, and thoughts may lose their clean edges. The world has not changed much, but the brain's ability to construct a clear waking state has. This shows that wakefulness is not only a philosophical category, it is a biological achievement. The brain must keep arousal at the right level, neither too low for clarity nor too high for calm. Too little activation, and awareness fades or fragments. Too much stress, and perception narrows around threat. A balanced waking state is something the nervous system produces moment by moment. Memory is another hidden support. You feel awake partly because the present connects to a personal timeline. You know what day it is, where you are, what you were doing before, what you might do next. Without that continuity, the room could still appear, but the sense of my life continuing would weaken. In certain neurological conditions, confusion, delirium, or memory disruption can make waking awareness unstable. A person may have open eyes and respond to the world, yet lack the organized orientation that makes reality feel normal. This teaches us that being awake is not merely sensory contact. It is contact plus orientation. The brain must place experience inside a story of place, time, body, and purpose. And because this story is usually so reliable, you mistake it for something effortless. But it is not effortless. It is maintained by attention, memory, arousal, perception, and the body's constant conversation with the environment. Perhaps the deepest point is that waking reality is not less real because it is constructed. A bridge is constructed, but you can still cross it. A song is constructed, but it can still move you. A sentence is constructed, but it can still be true. In the same way, your waking world is built by the brain in contact with reality, and that contact matters. The construction is not a lie. It is the form reality takes when a living nervous system must survive inside it. You do not experience atoms, wavelengths, pressure changes, and chemical gradients directly. You experience colors, voices, objects, meanings, dangers, memories, and choices. That is the brain's translation layer. It turns the overwhelming physical world into a human world. And because the translation is so familiar, you call it obvious. But the moment you study it closely, waking becomes strange again. The room you are in is not simply given to you. It is stabilized through eye movements you do not notice, timed through neural delays you do not feel. filled with meanings you did not consciously add, anchored by body signals you rarely name, and held inside a story of self and time that can break under the wrong conditions. This should not make you distrust life. It should make you more awake to wakefulness itself. You are not trapped in illusion, but you are living inside interpretation. You are not cut off from reality, but you meet reality through a brain that must organize it before you can use it. So the next time you open your eyes and the world seems simply there, pause before calling it ordinary. Notice the stability, the continuity, the quiet confidence that this is your body, this is your room, this is your life. Beneath that confidence is an invisible act of construction so successful that it disappears into the thing it builds. Being awake may feel like the absence of mystery, but it is one of the brain's greatest mysteries. A controlled, corrected, embodied model of the world, steady enough for you to live in, and transparent enough for you to mistake it for reality itself.